Greetings, everyone. Koku here. We are about to start this show. You know what it is. It's a Saturday night shoot the breeze episode of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. We are going to talk about several things that you guys should know by now. We do 10 prompts on Saturday night shoot the breeze. We're going to be talking about Haitian leadership. Who's trying to take out Haitian leadership in Haiti? We're going to be talking about an example of perhaps climate change. We're going to be talking about, and this is kind of funny to me, but we'll be talking about clothing. Do clothes matter in the real world, or do we put too much emphasis on buying clothes? We're going to talk about African people trying certain foods for the first time. And their preference from those first time tastes. We're going to be talking about a coach's behavior in the NFL. Go figure. Coaches carrying on bad in the NFL. No surprises there. We're going to be talking about the darkening of models' skin in the British Vogue magazine. We're going to be talking about black men being the fall guy in white society. We're going to talk about the future of Pan-Africanism. We're going to talk about bedroom colonialism. And we're going to talk about seemingly a disrespect from Rihanna, the singer, disrespecting Black Americans by posting a picture of MLK showcasing urban American culture. All those things will be discussed tonight. I see we have folks in the chat already, and I'm dropping the link for folks who want to join the panel tonight. I'm gonna issue some warnings on the other side of this intro, but I want to say shout out to Kevin Carey 42, the pro-black perspective. That's only to say he's here, right? And anyone else who might be here who hasn't identified themselves. Oh, NYC Beauties is here. New York Sports Archives is here, etc. So I appreciate all you guys for coming through. Hasn't identified themselves. Oh, sorry about that. I appreciate you guys for coming through. And we're going to start the show now. So we'll start discussing these topics on the other side of the intro.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. I see we have D Webb is in the chat. Peace to D Webb saying greetings, fam. And we got Kevin Carre on the panel. Kevin, how are you tonight?
Yeah, a little. Well, not very happy, but I'm good.
Not happy, but good. Care to share, or this is something personal?
Yeah, it's something personal.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so we got you guys. Welcome back to the Bit of Medicine Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze episode. This is the 33rd episode, man. We've had a good run with this show. Let's see how far we can take it going further. I dropped the link already in the chat for those who want to join the panel tonight. I want to issue a statement about these topics, though. So for Shoot the Breeze, I try to do 10 topics every week, which means that if you're trying to get the show from 8 p.m. to midnight, you could spend about 25 minutes on each topic. Some topics will require much more time, not much more, but some topics will require more time, some much less. The idea is that we're not doing an hour and a half filibustering on one topic. Let's keep that in mind. So anyone who wants to join the panel tonight can, and that's not a problem. But let's just keep this thing kind of tight. All right. Let me get my stuff up on the screen. Right. So, let's welcome Mr. Untouchable. And Mr. Untouchable, what you said?
Respect, cool, respect to the chat. Respect, Kevin.
Yeah,
Yes,
greetings,
sir.
Mr. Untouchable. How are you?
I'm good, bro. I'm good. Ready
All
to
right,
go.
let's go. So we're going to start the Shoot the Breeze off with this first topic. Hold on a second. Let me cue up the video. So this first topic is who is trying to take out Haitian leadership in Haiti. This topic came with a video. I'm going to share my screen. And with the share screen, let me mute. Who's that making noise? Mr. Untouchable. Let me mute that for a second. So I'm going to share the screen here. I'm going to let you guys view this video, and then we'll discuss it on the other side.
The shocking video emerging. Haitian Prime Minister and acting President Ariel Henry and his security team coming under heavy gunfire on Saturday in an assassination attempt at an event commemorating the country's Independence Day. His team can be seen trying to shield him with a bulletproof vest while scrambling to take cover behind a vehicle. Then, with gunfire still erupting, the group in a dash running to their caravan of vehicles. The car speeding away, the prime minister safe inside. Local media reports saying one person was fatally shot, 2 injured, but an official casualty count has not been released. The gunman still unknown. The prime minister's office saying that, quote, bandits and terrorists had tried to shoot Henri. This comes just months after the assassination of President Jovenel Moïse back in July by a group of armed men. Prime Minister Henri became the de facto leader of the country less than 2 weeks later. Haitian authorities have arrested 18 Colombians and 2 Haitian Americans in connection with Moïse's killing. But just this week, another suspect was detained by U.S. authorities in Panama. Gang violence, kidnappings, bloody protests over food and fuel shortages, and a devastating earthquake last year have shaken the vulnerable Caribbean nation to its core. And now, another blatant attack to the country's highest office as the nation struggles to rebuild. Rahima Ellis, NBC News.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's.
All right. Interesting. We got daily affirmation by Pauline here saying good evening. Good evening to you. BB Rodriguez is here saying good evening, Koku, and chat. And then she says the enemy is within. I tend to agree with that a lot. Kevin Carre, you heard about the situation with the Haitian president being killed last year, with the attempt on the prime minister just a few weeks ago. What are your thoughts on that?
They're sending these guys a message: get on with our agenda, or else. I think about what happened a couple of years ago. I'm no fan of this man, but you remember that incident with Obama? He was in the elevator with Secret Service and I think his family or staff, and one of the guys in the elevator had a gun. How do you get past the Secret Service with a gun next to the president? This, as you said, this is an inside thing, man. This it just sounds too fishy, and I always gotta look at the United States and France.
Yeah, you always have to keep an eye on the U.S. and France when it comes to Haiti. They have a, what's the word I want to use? They have a hard one when it comes to Haiti. Mr. Untouchable, what says you?
Wait, one more. And do you remember when Haiti had their, I think in 2004, I think it was their 200th anniversary, and all of a sudden all hell broke loose on that day with Aristide leaving the country for South Africa, I think.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
No, I would have loved Razuli to been in on this, because I see Kevin say, the enemy is coming from within, and I don't know who the they is. I'm very unclear, because some people would have said that Moise was a puppet of these governments, the United States and France. Many people would say that, in fact, and I'm wondering if where's these attacks? Who is sending these people? See, Moise, the last president was just murdered, so this guy was a de facto leader. Okay, so I'm asking, why are they trying? Because Moise would have probably appointed this person as the prime minister. So he is on team United States and France as well. So I'm wondering, is these attempts coming from the people in Haiti, or is it coming from which powers? Which powers? Because they're working for the West. So which powers are trying to take these people out? I am very curious to know, from a Haitian point of view, which group is really trying to take out the leadership in Haiti. I don't know, man. Because they could be our allies. Who knows? They could be our allies. I really don't know. I don't know.
There's something else I gotta tell you. A lot of my family and friends in Jamaica have been telling me, they live on the north coast of Jamaica, and they were saying there's like all of a sudden all this violence is really starting to ramp up, and a lot of people they caught were a lot of people from Haiti. And one of the guys they caught when I was in Jamaica, actually, he had fled during that time from Haiti because of the assassination and went into Jamaica, and the intelligence caught him there. Could it be also about destabilization? You start with Haiti.
Oh yeah.
You spread out to the rest of the Caribbean.
But Haiti's been destabilized. That's a destabilized country.
Yeah, it makes them the perfect Trojan horse, because people can say, "Oh, yeah, it's Haiti. Look at all that stuff that's been going on." But now Jamaica is inflamed. Bahamas is right there.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we have our share of a large population of the Haitian massive is in the Bahamas, so we have our share. But I really don't know, as far as the country itself. I don't know what's going on as far as these guys trying to take out the leadership. And when they catch these guys, you see that some of these guys are Haitian Americans or people from Colombia. I don't know which faction. You guys really can't wind it down to which faction is trying to take out the leadership in Haiti, man. It's just helter-skelter to me. Because my first question is, when these guys are shooting at the prime minister and the president, I'm trying to trace the bullets and the guns, because Haiti manufactures none of them. So that's why I'm trying to backtrack and wind it down. I would like to know, and they're carrying military assault rifle style guns. Where would they have gotten these things from?
They're coming from the West.
I don't know. I just really don't know.
So, Mr. Untouchable,
Yes.
You from the same hometown as me. When you hear Colombians, what's the first thought comes to your mind?
Cocaine.
Okay.
Straight up.
Straight up.
Straight up. And I do know, and that's true. That's true, Coco. I do know that Haiti was one of the jump off transshipment points because after the United States started looking at us very heavily, a lot of Colombians they say, okay, Haiti the government is kind of helter skelter right now. No one is really watching what's going on. So maybe the drug shipments are running through Haiti. Get to the United States. Maybe.
Of course.
Yes. That's true.
Baby Rodriguez is giving me a big eye stare look, but that's just a fact. We who grew up in the Bahamas, we always knew that there was a Colombian presence,
absolutely,
involved because of the drug trade.
Absolutely.
You know how many former businessmen who were drug traffickers on the sly were found with their tongue pulled through their throat?
That's right, Colombian necktie. That's right. That's right.
That's so. I'm not making this up. I'm not just talking shit about a certain group of people. I'm just keeping it real. And in fact, the U.S. has this guy. There's a Haitian guy, Rodolphe, I think is his name. He was a Haitian businessman in America, but the dude was a former drug trafficker, and he admitted to providing weapons and giving support for these guys who went in there and killed the president last year. And then what happened with the U.S.? The U.S. went and grabbed him up. So instead of Haitians taking care of this traitor, the U.S. has grabbed him up, talking about they're investigating who carried out the plot to murder the president. Why would the U.S. jump in, right, and just grab a suspect who's a Haitian at that? Right? What's going on here? It looks like the elements of a cover-up here. Hold on. And I have the feeling when I see Colombians all up in the mix, I just have a feeling
that's right
that this was about drugs.
Drugs, yes. That's true.
Let's welcome D Webb to the panel. But Kara, you were about to say something.
Yeah, what you just said remind me of something. I was in America when this happened. I met the man when I was a little kid, right? In Kingston, Jamaica, there used to be a guy. You ever heard of this guy named Jim Brown?
Yeah.
Right? You heard about it recently with his son a couple of years ago being snatched up. He had to leave the Jamaica because he was fearful of them killing him. But
that is coke. Yes.
Yeah. The same thing happened with his father, where his father got caught up. Now they could never pin anything on him. Remember, he was John Gotti, but they finally got him. And all of a sudden, he burned alive in his jail cell. You don't know how it started, but they took him out. From what they were saying, as I said, even though I left at a young age, I always knew that there were two parties in Jamaica: the PNP, the People's National Party, which is mostly let's say the Democrats. No, the PNP, and then the JLP I think is more the Democrats, and the PNP is more the Republicans. But each faction had their own gangs. Like if you were a PNP, you could never go into a JLP neighborhood, and vice versa. They'll kill you.
Right.
So a lot of these politicians were in the same boat with these criminals. Edward Seaga is notorious for that.
Right. You're talking about Seaga and Manley and them.
Yeah. But as I said, Jim Brown was going to implicate a lot of very powerful people. And think about it, it has kind of a little bit of a parallel with Jerry Epstein a little bit. They were going to implicate people, and they end up not burning. Well, Epstein, something else happened.
There you go.
Yeah, Jim Brown, he burned. So now everyone, but I think it has to do with the Colombians too, because a lot of the drugs were smuggled through. I think there's a place in Jamaica called the Mangroves. It's kind of like a swamp.
Okay.
And you can easily sneak a boat in, and no one will find you. Yeah, but I digress.
In the chat, we got Afro Jam. Afro Jam says boats found in Jamaica sending weed and coke to Haiti has been a problem for years. Dorico Cooper Photography say also what's up to Dorico. Erzuliism is in the chat. He says that is not Haitian leadership. They're all corrupt and thugs. Afrojam just said Cuba armed and support PNP, and the USA did the same for JLP. That's true.
Yeah, Cuba. That's why a lot of Jamaicans left in the 80s, late 70s, early 80s to come to America because of Michael Manley.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they were scared that he was linking up with Castro.
D-Web, you're here tonight. What's up, brother?
Hey, what's going on, bro? Good to hear from you.
What's going on? What are your thoughts on this first prompt?
I don't think nobody hit on this. This also, you gotta keep in mind, like, what 80-90% of Haiti's budget comes from like an agreement with Petro Caribe or something like that, and which is like a Venezuela-led like oil thing. And we know that the U.S. has a big heart on for Venezuela right now, right? Through a couple presidents, you know what I'm saying? So you also have to keep that in mind, that they're trying to destabilize that whole region as well for those natural resources and things like that. So that's one thing I would say that need to be cognizant of, and upon which, you know, the U.S. has had their hands deep in Haiti, you know, but you know, one thing they're trying to do is, like I said, destabilize, get Maduro or whatever out of there. So they're trying to, that's another thing. Like, they might be just the you know, the fall guy. They might be a continuation or catching a stray from that whole, you know, fiasco.
Yeah, because the U.S. is good at that. The U.S. is good at staging some shit, making it seem like one thing, and it's not, you know, as a total different thing going on. Afrojam in the chat says Colombia has U.S. special forces in it, constantly due to never-ending wars and cocaine. Absolutely.
There's a group that I think they call FARC, FARC. They've been fighting the Colombian government for forever.
In Colombia?
Yes.
A group of Colombians, you mean?
The movement is called FARC.
Okay, but it's who's principally behind it? Colombians are involved, like a group of Colombians are fighting against the government, or is it?
It's a paramilitary
militia.
group. Yeah, paramilitary group in Colombia. They kind of like communists. Yeah, like they've been kind of like waging 100 years war against the Colombian government forever. You know, from back in the Escobar days. You know.
Okay.
What's their
demand?
I think that, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I think that they are, you know, like real hardcore leftists. So they really want to run the country, you know, via this idea of no, it's socialism or communism or whatever. They really want to control the government, and because that thing is the redistribution of natural. That's what all the communists say. and then I'm killing everybody. But that's their cry. They really just want to have this, you know, Karl Marx communist state. That's not gonna happen in Colombia no time soon.
Bibi Rodriguez says that FARC voluntarily disbanded last year. Did you guys hear about that?
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I'm reading right now but some of them, a small portion went back. They said that the Colombian government did not respect the treaty they signed.
Oh, okay, so that lines up with what Afrojam is saying. They are done. There's only a few thousand who refuse to disarm.
Yeah. But as you said, with America destabilizing countries, look what happened on September 11, 1973. The lead up was Allende winning the election, and then you heard about him, Pinochet coming to power and just blitzing the La Moneda, just blitzing that place, the palace, killing that guy.
So Afrojam adds that FARC was once the biggest cocaine dealers. That's y'all's understanding as well, right?
No, I don't know. That's not true. The FARC wasn't the biggest cocaine. The biggest cocaine dealers was the cocaine dealers in Colombia. They used to work. I think that after they got Escobar out of there, they started like dealing and wrangling with a lot of the cocaine dealers inside Colombia, but there was I think Ochio something like that, the biggest Colombian coke dealers, man. But that's a business in Colombia. So
yeah, and that's just the facts. We've known this for decades now. That's what goes down in Colombia.
Yeah, but the cartels really run Colombia, not the paramilitary group. They kind of new to the game, you know.
Okay. All right. So what's the last thought on this? It could be a mix of things. I mean, there's definitely some faction.
I lean towards the cocaine because
drugs,
I live the experience, and I know what them kind of things look like, and the cocaine does destabilize countries, man. Just like other people do, other groups do, cocaine destabilizes countries. I've seen it firsthand. You know, I seen what cocaine can do into countries, undeveloped countries. Let me say that, because South Florida is built off of coke money.
Yeah, Miami. All that coke money built Miami.
You know, well, I probably shouldn't say that after what Kara said, but in the chat, the learning curve is here. That's the revolutionary matron. She said the U.S. government is the biggest coke dealer.
That's true. That's true.
Absolutely.
Hey, two things you guys got to look at. There's this book I have. It's called Dark Alliance by Gary Webb.
Oh yeah.
And also the documentary Cocaine Cowboys.
Oh yeah, I've seen Cocaine Cowboys, and I know about the Gary Webb book. I know a lot about it. I haven't read it, but I know a lot about what he exposed, what he found out. Yeah.
Oh, one last one. When I graduated, and this book is I looked it up recently, and there's like hundreds, like $400 for this book. I found it in the West Village walking around. I was like, The name of the book, although it has nothing to do with this part of the world, is called The Politics of Heroin in Southeast Asia, and it showed you how the heroin goes from a certain country to Corsica, through France, and all this stuff, eventually into the United States with the mafia. But the CIA tried to get that book to not be published. Actually, now it's not hard to find, but it's going to cost you quite a lot of money to get it.
It's behind a paywall. All right, I got you.
No, it's not behind a paywall. It's just if you want the book, you got to pay a lot of money for it.
Yeah, that's the paywall. The paywall is you have to pay a lot of money to get it. Yeah, yeah. Afro Jam says the cartels are dying in Colombia. Right-wing paramilitaries are the largest now. They are the U.S. allies. He says that cartels' decline in Colombia coincide with the rise in cartels and death rate in Mexico. So we're getting a lot of information about the cartels in Colombia and whatnot. But the problem is about, who's trying to take out Haitian leadership. I just think, again, when I heard it, and I heard the key players in that story, and especially the story with the president late last year, especially where I'm from, I know when there's some drug business gone bad, right? And now drug business is something that, it's like a trade thing, right? It's like you got drugs. Where there's drugs, you got armaments, you have guns and all this kind of stuff going one way, money going another way, drugs going one way. So what D. Webb came on and talked about in Venezuela is perfectly logical within what we're talking about. You know what I mean? It could very well have been just this president was mixed up in some deals, and these deals were tied into the destabilization efforts in Venezuela or what have you, and it went left.
I'm gonna tell you something. If he make promises to the Colombians that he can deliver on,
he's done.
He has to understand that these guys don't respect, the fact that you're a prime minister or president. They're gonna send an armed squad into your country and they're gonna try to take you out. That's just what it is, bro.
That's just what it is. You know that. That's just what it is, So that's what I think happened there. Zuliism is in the chat still. He says it is not Haitian leadership, war within corrupt faction. Zuli, why don't you jump on and vocalize what it is you're really trying to say here? Afro Jam says drugs got to get to the USA. The black market is a significant part of the economy. Absolutely. Here's a question. Let me see if Zuli will jump on. If he doesn't, it's fine. But here he is. Ozuli, speak your piece.
Hey, what's up? What I'm trying to say is that let's not believe in the thing that they putting out in the media. Moise was not a good president.
Okay.
So assassins walk into, there's like 3 tiers that they have to pass, 3 tiers of security they have to pass. They walk right through, shot the president, and left the wife alive. Assassins don't do that. All
well,
these
they
things,
shot her too, actually.
Okay, are you telling they shot her?
Yeah,
Where they
she was
shot her
shot
at?
too. I don't know where she was shot, but she was shot too.
Yeah,
No. So
to a hospital.
hold up. They send assassin to murder somebody, and they just shoot you and leave you alive. No. Let's not play with what they telling. Moise was not a good president.
Okay.
This guy right now, it's not leadership. It's corruption that's
So
going on in the country.
So why
when you say,
why are Colombians taking the shot?
so why are Colombians taking the shot at the president? That's
Yeah.
what they told you. You don't. Okay, how are Colombians? Okay, so are you telling me Colombians are super elite Colombians could walk into Haiti, pass 4 armed security of the president, and shoot him just like that? Don't kill the kids that was in the house. Don't kill the wife. Just shoot the wife and walk out. Are we buying this? I'm not buying it. The
So
Haitian
who's-
community is not buying it. I don't
So
know
who's
what
these
the other
Colombian people that they have lined up, locked up. Who's these people?
And you believe that? So so are we? I don't know who the Colombians are. They don't even know who they are. The question is, how do Colombian people, armed security, pass 4 tiers of security to get to the president?
It's called
Not one shot fired. The only shots that were fired were the shots in the house. So that means somebody in there wanted the president done.
So what about
That
this
means
guy?
the president was fed up.
So what about this guy Rodolphe, who's I guess they call him Haitian American. I think he was living in Miami or something like that. Who has admitted, and the U.S. government has him now, who has admitted to helping with the logistics of the hit squad, financing, putting money behind it. What say you about that?
Where he got the money from? From Haitians in America?
Well, they say he's a businessman and former drug trafficker.
Oh, of course they're gonna say that. Of course, there's always a backstory where he get his money to finance that. We all know who's the hands that's moving those people.
But but Razuli, if I'm a Colombian drug lord, right, and you say the country is corrupt, why wouldn't I be able to pay off the Haitian military to bypass all the people that you say?
Why would they? You don't think Moise was involved in the drug thing? If it's a drug thing,
I actually do believe that.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
But what I'm saying is, what could he have done? Mind you, when all this thing is going on, guess who knows everything what's going on? The superpower on the Western Hemisphere. He knows everything that's going on. So he had to okay that for that to go down. If we want to go with that.
Yeah, but I don't think the US knows everything what's going on. I don't think so.
Okay.
No,
Maybe with what's going on in Haiti. First of all, he was put there by the man that controls the Western Hemisphere.
We agree.
So if that's the case, and he doesn't know that what's going on.
No, what I'm saying is that Moise could have very well been playing 2 sides of the fence. Moise could have said to the United States one thing, and then he could have said to these little side deals these politicians pull. He could have tell like a Colombian dude, like, listen, y'all want cocaine to come to risk ports, these airports or whatever. I'm gonna strike a deal with you to do this specific thing, and he might not have been able to live up to his promise.
Right.
So these guys sent a hit squad after his ass. You know what I mean? And you say, well, how do these guys bypass all these people? Well, you yourself say Haiti is corrupt. If I have billions of dollars, I could corrupt the Haitian military if I want to with American dollars. You know what I mean?
Do you know that a lot of the security is not even Haitian? So that means there's United Nations security in there too?
They're corruptible too, brother. The United Nations.
So what I'm trying to say is
terrorists, by the way. They're the biggest terrorists.
Okay.
Remember too.
The reason why, let me back up. Hold on, Kevin. Let me back up and validate what I'm saying. There are many claims when the so-called UN goes to these Haitian territory. Many girls been coming up, young girls been coming up pregnant. You know what I mean? So you tell me if that's a farce or not. You let me know. You know what I mean? Their hands ain't so spotless as well. I just wanted to put that there.
Yeah, don't forget too, those UN soldiers from Nepal and I think India were spreading cholera in the waters.
Yep. D-Web, you about to say something?
Oh no, I was just gonna comment on the truth. The whole cocaine thing is a niche market now. You're seeing more fentanyl, you're seeing more opium, is what they're leaning to. That's the poor man's drug now. They turned away from so much to crack cocaine and stuff. So you're seeing more so this new actually China's killing the market with that. With the fentanyl cutting that. That's what you're seeing more so. So I don't think the big thing is the necessarily the cocaine. I don't think they're pulling the assassination there. This ain't the Reagan era Contra, right? So I don't think that's the right play for this one. Like I said, I think it's more so to do with either resources or like you said, somebody just so corrupt and owe somebody some bread or something, or you made some promises that you can't keep, more so in that line.
I think the Caribbean, South and Central America, I think they still big on cocaine though, and crack. I don't know if Mr. Untouchable, do you have any indication that fentanyl and all that kind of stuff is popular?
No. But see, fentanyl is more what factory based. You can make like these kinds of things out of lab.
It's a cut product. You're cutting what you're doing. You're cutting the heroin. The biggest dealer right now, you see in Afghanistan. If you see,
so D-Web is heroin. That's what that is. Fentanyl is heroin. Like
they cutting that product with it. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like high fructose corn syrup, where this product is 3 times the amount of sweetness as regular sugar. So they're cutting it with that product in order to stretch it out more. You know what I'm saying? You almost doubling or tripling the product that you have by cutting it with this fentanyl. So that's what you're seeing right now.
D-Web.
Like I said, go ahead, Kevin.
D-Web, this one question, isn't fentanyl more, it's not from the plant, but it's more synthetic?
Yes, correct. Right?
Oh, okay. So see, because like I say, either cocaine or marijuana, but like I say, Haiti is like a port, because it's very open. It doesn't have a lot of restrictions around it, and a lot of the criminals from South America and even in the Caribbean too, they use Haiti like as a port. You could hide in Haiti. Many people go on the run in Haiti.
Yeah. Zuli, I'll give you the last word on this prompt.
My thing is, I think it's a waste of energy to worry about corrupt people that got shot at the feet of their corruptions. Like, I don't care about him getting killed. I don't care about this one almost getting shot. That's just a waste of time. And because Moise was there.
You don't think it's worth understanding?
Is it worth understanding?
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's worth it. It's corruption. It's assholes. Why do I care? I already know what's going on. The bigger hand that controls the whole Western Hemisphere said his time was up, and his time was up.
That's big.
Why do I care? Why do I care about him or about doing that one? They just gave him a warning. Keep going what you're doing or whatever. Why do I care? Your time is up, buddy. If my thing is, this is a waste of energy. Like, if Moise was doing something good and the people of Haiti cared about him, they wanted him out anyway.
That's true.
They've been wanting Moise out because he's a piece of shit. He ain't do shit for the country. So I'm going to worry about him, president or not. Do I care? Your time was up, buddy. See you in the next lifetime, asshole. Like, why? It's a waste of time.
Another L.
Straight up.
Afro Jam in the chat says cocaine is still big, crack declined. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Coke is a party drug. It will forever be popular. BB has a wide-eyed stare. BB then says, Lord BP, we in trouble worldwide. Who's BP? Lord BP. We in
Black
trouble
people,
worldwide.
I think.
I guess. The reason I asked that, Azuli, was I understand if a guy is corrupt and he gets his comeuppance, okay, fine, so be it. But what I'm saying is, I would still want to understand who and how these Colombians or whoever was able to get in? Who was these soldiers? What was the deal cut? What, et cetera, et cetera. Me personally, I like to understand. Like, for example, like if you know who Amilcar Cabral is, or you know who Sekou Touré is, you want to understand why they were taken out, who took them out, and why, right? Because that helps you understand who your potential enemies within are. Do you feel me?
Yes, if Moise was a good guy, if that was Aristide or something like that, maybe I would care. Okay. I don't care. He died and his corruption. So I don't care. What the thing is, if he did something that was wrong, the big man is gonna take him out. There's rules to this game.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe he thought he was better. Maybe he thought he was gonna outsmart. You never outsmart the barrel maker. Sit your corny ass down. Now you dead. But my thing is, why is the wife still alive? When they send assassins to get you, they don't leave anybody alive.
Typically, no.
So what I tell you? No. So what I tell you about the wife?
No. They could have threatened her. They could have said, "Listen, if you
open
if you open your mouth, we can kill your children." I can set most women up.
No.
Okay.
What did I tell you about the wife?
She just don't want her children to get harmed.
Oh, okay. The wife got shot in the hip.
Yeah.
And then she's walking down the steps, and 3 days she's walking down the step of a big airplane like it was nothing.
So you don't think she was shot then?
Please. She got shot in the right arm. She had the mask on the left arm. Stop the bullshit.
Okay. If you don't think she was shot, bro. Listen, it's for me, it's a beautiful thing to get a Haitian perspective on the politics of Haiti. And I maintain, I'll accept some of the things that you say. You know what I mean?
Yo, a lot of Haitian people are retarded, right? They will tell you Papa Doc was the greatest president, all of this, all of that. Meanwhile, when you look down in it, it's not true. The whole thing about Moise was not a good people. The people did not want Moise. They wanted him to go. They wanted him to do the re-election. So all this time you see people, how could they kill our president? What was he doing for the country? I don't understand these people. Why are you crying for somebody that didn't do shit for the people? So I understand what you're saying to trying to find. All I know is the big man said his time was up, and then that's all I care about. I don't need to. We all know who control Caribbean politics. You mean to tell me those Colombian men just got there just like that? When Aristide the second time, when the U.S. government or when the big man kidnapped Aristide from his presidency because there was a big faction that was coming from the Dominican Republic. You know who found out who was funding them? The Dominican Republic was giving them guns.
Oh yeah.
To go destroy. Was putting gun in the hand of Haitian people to go fight a man that was for the people. And then when they found out more research, guess who was giving that guess where the money was coming from? We all know nothing happens in any Caribbean island without the approval of the big man. Stuff like that. Me, I don't care. Moise, whatever, man.
All right, let's move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight. I actually like that discussion though. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is, if you didn't believe in climate change, do you believe in it now? So this is a topic from last week actually, but we didn't get to it. So I'm bringing it back this week. In fact, some of the topics that you guys posted this week, we're going to have to do it next week, which is a good thing. It's good to have more topics than what you need. We'll discuss them next week. But let's look at this video right now.
Hail last night and snow today. Only in Cat Island.
Short and sweet. That's a video from Cat Island, one of the many islands of the Bahamas. Mr. Untouchable, you're familiar with, you're familiar with Cat Island. Were you aware that it snowed there recently?
No, I heard that what's the kind of snow it comes down very hard. Hail.
Yeah.
Hail. Yeah. I heard that they had some hail, but I didn't know. That clip was new to me. I didn't know that. That's a strange thing to see. Very strange.
Yeah, I saw hail one time before too in the early 90s back home, but it's not a. And I've heard about snow falling like in Freeport and stuff, like in Grand Bahama and stuff like that.
Freeport, yeah, maybe once in a blue moon.
Yeah, but that's a rare thing to see that. Do we think that's a climate change thing? Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Untouchable.
I really don't know. I really can't speak on that, man. This is kind of above my pay grade, so I'll pass this discussion, this issue on to one of the other panelists.
Kevin Carre, what say you?
Did you know that last month there was a blizzard in Hawaii?
Really?
Yes, there was. There was a blizzard in Hawaii.
It was on a mountaintop though. It happens. Like that's not rare. they just chose to talk about it this time. You know what I'm saying? The thing about the climate change is climate is constantly changing, right? What they're arguing about is what causing the climate to change, right? Climate, you've had 5 ice ages that we know about. Every 5 to 10,000 years, the Sahara Desert is a Greenland. You know what I'm saying? And not to mention, we don't want to speak on HARP and all these other things. They can stimulate the ionosphere. They can make it.
Damn, you bringing it back, man. HARP?
Yeah, they got new shit now. I'm just saying that's 50-year-old technology. Imagine what they have now.
Right.
CERN, all this stuff. Imagine what they have now. So the thing about that's a big cash grab, yo. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't take care of the earth or the environment or whatnot, because that's what they're trying to blame it on. But this whole climate change thing in general is nothing but a cash transfer. Because they're taking something that constantly happens in the earth's, we have what? To be honest, our weather science is so like minuscule. It's so baby at this point. They've only been recording like weather patterns the last like 150 years. You know what I'm saying? Like outside of that is mostly conjecture and rare events that happened that they recorded. Outside of that, they have not really even had cracked the surface in terms of weather, technology and weather and patterns and tracking these different things. So this is what you're seeing. You're seeing a transfer. You're seeing a transfer of wealth, like with most things that you see in the United States and these other worldwide globalist countries, that they're just transferring wealth. The Paris Accords is nothing but United States paying, different countries or whatnot, like they've been doing, but they're not getting your reparations though. So you know what I'm saying? And like I said, every once in a while, they love to fire up that weather machine. You know what I'm saying? The HARP 2.0. So you're going to see crazy things going on and whatnot. And they're going to blame climate change. Yet, if you go look at beachfront property in any city in America, I'm in Florida, it's still multi-million-dollar homes on beachfront property. Right. Why is that? That should be $1. If climate change was as prevalent as they say it is, they put the projects right on the beachfront to drown you Negroes out. So you got to be careful. Like I said, climate change is real, yes, and that's natural. That's what's supposed to happen in Earth. Earth goes through cycles, so we gotta stop letting these people try to educate us in things that we know long times ago. Of things that happen in terms of weather patterns and things like that.
So a country in the Caribbean that typically doesn't see snow, right, and then has snow. Do we associate? Do you, D-Web, associate that with climate change, or that's just the Earth and there's certain shifts and it's a one-off type thing every 50 years and you'll see it snow or something like that?
I would have to research and see how often it happened, if it ever happened. I'm not familiar if it has ever happened in that area. But like I said, they're doing crazy things with this ionosphere. They're doing crazy things with frequencies right now. With the 5G getting on board and stuff like that. If you know about anything about stimulating the ionosphere, crazy things can happen. So I will have to do more research there. You got crazy phenomena with birds just dropping out of the air and mass beachings and things like that. I think a lot of this have to do with different changes in the environment that we're seeing. So I'm not gonna go off top and say that it's automatically climate change, because like I said, Hawaii, where they have these snow on the mountaintops that happens often, it's just not reported on. I'm not sure how often, if it ever has happened in the Caribbean island, that it has snow. But it could be a number of things.
Also, I forgot to mention that it also snowed at one point in Egypt. I think a year.
Oh
or
yeah, a couple
Saudi
years
too.
ago.
Saudi
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
That was a couple years ago. So
Mhm.
these are things that happen every once in a while, yo. We like I said, we're babies. We're babies in terms of the life cycle of the earth, right?
Yeah.
So we don't even know if these things are common or not, because our data is so small at this point. Our recorded data is so small. They say what, people 500,000 years old at best, and the Earth is 7 billion years old. So
Yes, I agree.
who
with
knows
that.
what the weather patterns are.
Arzuli, are you familiar with it snowing in any parts of Haiti?
I used to hear that some part of Haiti is called Kinskoff, and it used to get cold. And I heard the old folks used to say that sometimes it snowed, but not big snow, but like little snow. So
Right.
I'm not gonna say that. So if that happened, I haven't heard of that lately, but I've heard that they say the part of Haiti gets really cold, and sometimes there be little flurries, but not no big shit like that. You understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I can't. Well, if it's climate change, let it happen. I'm down. Shit, you heard this shit. I don't care.
This Negro has given up, boy. He was like, let the shit rain, snow, drown, electrocute us, whatever. I'm done, man. Afro Jam says it is confirmed in that China, Russia do manipulate clouds. The USA probably does so, but hasn't admitted it yet. Yeah, I know. Well, no, actually, I think the US, I think they kind of had to admit that they could seed clouds and all that kind of stuff some years ago. I think I remember reading that somewhere. Urzuli, are you a believer in climate change or not? I know you don't care either way.
I'm not a believer in climate change.
Yeah.
I think climate change is what we should welcome when nature is trying to work on our favor. But hey, I'm with climate change.
Elaborate on that a little bit.
Meaning that if like D-Web just said, like it happens every certain time, maybe to cleanse the earth. Maybe nature is trying to be on the side to cleanse the earth at this time. So they say climate change. How long? Remember when we went in high school? I don't know if you went to high school or junior high here. They used to say, "Oh, the natural resources are gonna run out." That was 40 years ago. The amount of oil we put in the car and the airplanes. Are we retarded? 50 years. Oh, the oils are gonna run out. Gasoline is gonna. Water's gonna run out. My boy, that's since 1989. They've been spewing this.
Man, they say what, Miami's gonna be underwater every 10 years. Every 10 years, Miami's gonna be underwater, yet go to South Beach and try to buy a condo, see how much it costs you.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey,
like,
oh,
this is gonna happen. I'm like, how? You know how much gasoline we waste in a day in the world? Oh, so the fossils there's more fossils? Because they say it's fossils. Oh, to tell you the truth, Goku, I'm not worried about that. If it happens, it happens. That means like D-Web just said, the earth does its thing every certain time. Hey, I can't fight it. I can't do nothing with it. So it is what it is.
Don't forget too, Urzulism. They should talk about the ozone layer getting wider and wider and wider.
You don't even care about the ozone no more.
No. The ozone layer is getting wider for them. I'm melanated, nigga. I could go in the sun.
No. I was just saying that, ozone layer used to be a buzzword back in the 80s. And you don't care about that no more.
Yeah, this one they used to say that all of that there was a hole in the ozone. Yeah. I haven't heard them mention anything about that anymore.
No. A hole in the ozone, melting ice caps.
Yeah, melting ice caps. Right. Like I feel like they're creating fear. Because like what can I do about that, Goku? What can I do about the ozone? I can't do nothing.
No, they used to say that we need to stop using aerosol sprays and things like that.
Meanwhile, they're polluting the air with the airplane. They're polluting the water with the ships, all of that. But I can't do nothing about it. So I don't know.
It is a money grab, though. I think that because I always look at who's benefiting. Mm-hmm. So green technology is becoming a thing. Green with the solar panels and all this other jazz. So I think that the people who are investing in green technology, they probably primed to benefit off all this climate change nonsense. I think So, you go in and all you have to really do is to check the S&P, check the S&P under the green technology companies, and you will see the stock going up and down depending on what the fair scare is.
Yeah, absolutely. I meant to double back to that with D-Web too, that whenever you hear these scares out here, there's usually some money to be made behind it. So like now we should be taking care of the earth, right? It's the only goddamn one we have. And,
Black people can't do nothing about that. What we gonna do? How we gonna take care of it? We're taking all of our blueprint from you know who. It's not us that's destroying the earth.
Oh, I get it. It's not our corporations and all that stuff doing the.
It's big business that's doing that, and big business really. This is what, it's how they do. Every Thursday, put the recycle out. Negro, please. What is that gonna do? They want to make us like we participate and make us feel good. No, all these big ships that are dumping oil in the ocean.
That's a fair argument. That's a fair argument.
You get up every morning at 6 o'clock in the morning in the freaking cold, trying to put your little sit your ass down. That ain't no new shit.
Throw that in one black bag and pull it to the side of the road, mix garbage, and don't care.
And make you feel good. Oh, you're recycling. Shut your.
Hey, Erzuli. You know they have us doing it in the Bahamas. They have us using paper bags instead of plastic bags.
Yo, they started some shit in New York, like you can't. They're not giving you plastic bags at the at the supermarket. Meanwhile,
I can tell you the scam with that. I can tell you the scam.
Hold on. First, let Azuli finish the thought, and then tell the scam.
What I'm saying is that they make us. This system is so beautiful. They make you want to participate. Yeah, you saving the. Meanwhile, I look back. Coca-Cola still using plastic bottles. Pepsi. I see. Like, are we serious?
They didn't get the message.
Go ahead, Kari.
Yeah. Okay. So in this pandemic, what's the two things when you go into the supermarket you always forget when you leave the house?
Your bag.
Your mask.
Exactly.
Your bag.
Yeah. So you go there. They say, "Oh, it's only $2 for $1," or you can take a paper bag, which it doesn't really do anything for you if you carry a lot of groceries. It doesn't do anything for you. So when you forget your bag and you're constantly paying, $1 for 2 bags, next thing you know, them just add up in your house, and they're making money off it.
But guess what? If you want a plastic bag, they'll give you a plastic bag, but charge you 10 cents. But you know what I do? They mess with the wrong dude. They say, you need something? No, I put the thing in my pocket, all the way in my pocket, and in the carriage, I carry it to my car. You think you're gonna? But you're right. Most people will be like, all right, let me get a bag. I don't do that. I know it look tacky as hell for me to come at the store with no bag, with just the stuff in the carriage. That's what I do.
This guy got frozen peas in his back pocket.
All kind of plotting and things. But,
hey man, they doing y'all dirty in New York, man. Y'all need to get up out of there. I'm just sitting here listening. Y'all talk about paying for plastic bag. I'm like, man, New York don't play, yo. They gonna get every penny about you, Negroes. They can, bro.
New York just started it though. When I used to go to Maryland and stuff years ago, Maryland had been doing that stuff where you go to the grocery store, you have to have your own bag and stuff, or else they'll charge you for a bag or something like that. So New York just got on it. Other states was on it for a while now though.
Oh goodness.
Yeah. KW7 in the chat says Walmart Canada no longer provides plastic bags. The learning curve says cutting down trees for paper bags is better. I roll. Cutting down trees for paper bags is better. I roll. Ain't that something? D-Web, I'm going to give you the last word on this prompt.
Yeah, like I said, man, like Zuli said, bro, we can't do nothing about it. Like, unless you're going to sit out here, and I find it also ironic that a lot of these mitigation efforts are deemed towards like the least of the people, right? The least of the consumers.
Yes.
We're not the ones creating like offshore drilling, factories and all this, putting pollution in the air or whatnot. You spraying your Lysol is not going to kill the ozone layer. So take into stock that a lot of the things they are doing is aimed towards the bottom of the bottom people, right? They want you to believe that you putting your bottle, that you drunk, your little water bottle in it is gonna save the environment. Meanwhile, they're flying on private jets, polluting the hell out of the earth. So keep that in mind, and also remember that most of the things that you see are just like I think it was Akare said that it's a cash grab, right? This is a cash grab. You know what I'm saying? Do not take only take so much stock into what they're saying and use your own common sense, man, at the end of the day.
I appreciate that. Oh, yeah. Also, that cash grab thing. Hold on a second, Azuli. That cash grab thing, too, that's the other part of it, too. So in the States here, you have your recycling day, like Azuli pointed out. You miss and you put a plastic bottle in a garbage, in a regular garbage bag, that's a ticketed offense. You're going to have to spend $60 or $60-$70 on that ticket. So it's all just a big game at the end of the day. Azuli, you were about to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say, like he just said, they fracking all over the ocean, oil drilling, all of this, destroying life, making animals go extinct, all of that. Flying planes into eagles. Eagles can't fly no more without hitting the plane. But you want to put that on us. Yo, I don't care no more.
All right. Afrojam said something in the chat. He said corner shop charge you for bags. I don't know if he means New York. New York corner stores never used to charge you for bags. In fact, corner stores in New York still give you plastic bags. It's the grocery stores, the big name grocery stores.
Nah, go cool. One time I went to a corner store because I had too much thing in my pocket. These niggas told me 10 cents, bro.
Oh, they did?
Yes.
Hey, the Chinese will give you plastic bags in a minute. They don't give a shit.
Yo, the corner store guy, the bodega, it was a 10 cents. I said, oh, yeah, I like that too. It's all about money now, huh? He had like 300 plastic bag waiting just to trust me.
Oh, man.
Wow, okay. Oh, Afrojam lives in London. Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. KW7 says the climate change con game will lead to population control of African people. The climate change con game will lead to population control. Yeah, that's exactly right. They'll say, this is some of their justifications for this nonsense too, and they say we have to cut down the population, which is funny, by the way, because they're really just saying we got to kill a bunch of people in Africa, but they don't say it that way. Yeah. The learning curve says the Detroit corner stores charge. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, corner store, like the corner store by me, doesn't charge for plastic bags. They still give you a plastic bag, no charge.
Yeah. How come they never go to the world's biggest polluter, China?
Right. These mofos in China could barely see because of all the smog, but they have no smoke for them. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's go on to the next prompt for tonight.
Hold up. I gotta say something. You know why they can't go to China?
Yeah.
There's testicular fortitude over there.
Yeah.
They can't just go to another men's country. They only could do that to Africans, Caribbeans, and South Americans. So.
Yeah. Black folks, yeah. That's true. Afrojam says China refuses to agree to any climate deals. That's exactly it. But China, if we're gonna be real, China is with all those emissions and stuff like that, hugely damaging country. You talk about overpopulation. How many people does China have? China alone? Like a billion people?
Yeah. And don't forget too, Koku, they have a lot of places they don't tell you. Where whole villages, are dying from cancer because their water supply is being contaminated by the corporations. And they don't tell you also, too, about China. They're having a huge AIDS crisis there amongst their people.
Oh, really? They also don't tell you that France, who takes all that money from Francophone African countries, takes all those resources, only comes back to those African countries to dump their nuclear waste and whatnot. People don't talk about that either. Mr. Untouchable would say you.
No, I was just I thought we was moving to another discussion.
Oh, okay.
China. Everybody knows China is a big polluter, but everybody also knows that Chinese have very cheap labor, and many Western countries and companies, they go to China to build very cheap goods, and no capitalist nation or no Western nation wants to put a stop to that. Why? Because the bottom line is they making too much money from doing it.
Yep. So
hold on, let's not forget, Goku. While they talking about recycle here, recycle there, where do they go and dump their garbage at?
Who's this?
The continent and the Caribbean. All this stuff they say recycle. Don't you see sometimes when they tell you? I saw this documentary where like African kids, they go to the dump site, take the computer, plug them and steal people's stuff. All the stuff that we don't need, they dump it in some of those African and Caribbean countries.
Yeah, they do that, but some Caribbean countries are getting smart now, and they using this so-called new technology called waste to energy. So they trying to convert the waste, all the garbage and things like that, and transition it to energy, whatever. So I think that they trying to, use their brains and use alternative ways and means to convert all this so-called waste into something that is usable, which is a different matter, whole different matter.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna clip that one there. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3, which is what are your thoughts? Do clothes matter in the real world, or do we put too much emphasis on buying clothes? This is an interesting prompt for me because I grew up hearing people talk about clothes don't matter, and I actually have a little bit of a differing opinion as an adult. But let's watch this video, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
Change your lifestyle? You don't look like you're buying really expensive clothes.
No, I'm not buying really expensive clothes.
Are you buying things? Are you buying things that you would...
No, I have a little like 1-bedroom apartment with a mattress on the floor. That's where I live.
Change your lifestyle? You don't look like you're buying really expensive clothes.
No, I'm not buying really expensive clothes.
Are you buying things? Are you buying things that you would...
No, I have a little like 1-bedroom apartment with a mattress on the floor. That's where I live.
Change your lifestyle?
Yeah, that's Mark Zuckerberg. I let me say this first. I don't think Zuckerberg is a good example of clothes not mattering one way, But let me get you guys' thoughts. Let me start with Urzuli. Do you think people put too much emphasis on buying clothing?
I think
particularly our people.
That's what I was to say. I think Negroes put too much thing in that because the reason is we are a group of people that have been beaten down psychologically, and we have a lot of insecurities that's been implanted in us since slavery. So buying clothes makes you feel good. So I do think I don't mind you buying clothes, like good clothes, but it's the excess. I have to have this shoe today. Tomorrow I have to buy another pair of shoes. It's the excess. You could have 3 suits, but people be having 15, 20 suits. And then the thing that kills me is the brand name. The brand name that our people are so attached to. So Mark Zuckerberg and these other people, when you see Bill Gates, when you see Bezos, or when you they have. I'm not saying they don't have expensive shirts on, but it's not like I've never seen Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates wearing a Fendi shirt. It could be a Fendi shirt, but you won't know. But our people, we want you to know that we're wearing Louis Vuitton. We want you to know that we're wearing this and that and the third. But then they buy the most subtle thing, which I'm not saying it's not expensive, but with us, it's like we want to buy their brand. It's like we're looking to be validated by their brand. So I mean, I guess nice clothes make you do make you look nice. I'm not gonna thing on that. You have to be clean and presentable. But I think our people take it to the most. That's what I'm saying.
Someone I used to be cool with used to work at Ralph Lauren back in the day, back in the 90s. And they told me something interesting. They said black people think white folks don't spend money on clothes. But he said, who you think buying all this fucking polo and stuff? You might, yeah, there's a lot of Negroes buying that, but it ain't the Negroes who are really keeping polo open. He said, when you check that stuff, is these white kids, they come and buy that stuff. If you pick up a Men's Health magazine and you look at the style section, it tells you to buy certain clothing, and you only need this 1 or 2 pairs of jeans. But guess what? Those 1 or 2 pairs of jeans that they're telling you to have that will last a lifetime, they're $300-$400 a pop, right? So we believe, you see, black folks become, like the matron said in the chat, black folks become the billboard for these clothing houses. But these white folks be spending their money too. And as the pro-black perspective pointed out, this mofo, Mark Zuckerberg, that's in this video, this dude ain't worrying about, first of all, this video is from when he was a young guy just starting his business. But this dude has a huge house, for example. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, clothes does not a man make. I'll tell y'all something. In this European lifestyle, this go-getter European mentality, clothing is huge to them. D-Web, you have any thoughts on this? As a former military guy, what are your thoughts on it?
In terms of what exactly, like the clothes mattering, or?
Yeah, do clothes matter?
No, but the thing is, how you wear and present your clothes matter, right? I think that's more so kind of what it's leaning to. Like if you look at, like, dude, they'll buy $500 jeans, right? That's 2 sizes too small, sag them off their ass, and things like that, right?
Yeah.
So you can buy the expensive clothes. It's how you're wearing these expensive clothes, or how you presenting yourself in these expensive clothes is what matters. Like, as it go back to the conversation we had, what was it? One of them shoot the breeze when we talking about the men in dresses and things like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can be very manly enough, studious in your expensive clothes or whatever, but how you're presenting yourself, even if you buy the most expensive Ralph Lauren shirt or whatever, but if you're looking like a clown, looking like you got on a dirty diaper with the jeans, you know what I'm saying? So it's a combination of things. It's not just one thing about, right, do the clothes matter? It's the price tag on the clothes matter. It's how you present yourself in those clothes. You know what I'm saying? Most people that are very fashion and studious, they shop at thrift shops. I know plenty of dudes who are like my homeboy, he's a car salesman. He's like the one of the top dudes in his district, and he gets most of his clothes from thrift shops, and he puts it together to present so it's presentable in a way it looks like he's fashion sense, but in reality, he's getting, these are second-hand clothes he's wearing. It's how you present yourself. So it doesn't matter the price tag, it matters how you present yourself as a man, to me.
I'll add something too. This video was with Mark Zuckerberg, right? If a black guy had Mark Zuckerberg's talent or foresight, whatever you want to call it, and he showed up to a bank for a business loan, dressed like how Zuckerberg was dressed in that video and how Zuckerberg used to dress, in a hoodie and all that kind of stuff. Tell me if you think he's getting a shot at getting that business loan for something called Facebook. He wouldn't even get a shot.
They don't even get it when they wear a suit. So
that's what I'm saying.
I agree with you.
That's what I'm saying. So clothes says something, and the pro-black perspective just beat me to the punch of something I was going to say too. Clothes and cars tell women how much money you got, attraction type stuff. What they call it again? Peacocking, right? Like, there's something to it. Now, here's the thing. and the learning curve says just now, tailoring is everything. I agree. It's how you carry yourself. It's not so much about how expensive the clothes is, but it's how you carry yourself. Like what D Webb said, carry yourself presentably, look clean, look sharp, look together, right? And that's what's important. But here's the problem I have with some people. Old island people have this kind of thinking too. When you tell youth that clothes don't matter, right? Now you have youth coming up who are not carrying themselves the right way. They never learned how to dress themselves. So there's this business meeting coming up where they're trying to get investors for their startup. They don't know how to carry themselves and look presentable. Marcus Garvey talked about that a lot. Make sure your clothes is ironed and all that kind of thing. Kevin Cartwright, what say you?
Well, I see all your points, and I have to break it down to this thing. It's all based on utility. If you're, as you said, if you're going to a job interview or you're trying to get a bank loan, yeah, you don't dress like Joe Schmo on the street. You wear your best suit, your nice tie, your shoes is shined up and clean. Your hair is good and everything. You're good to go. But in my profession, as a photographer, there are days where I'm I'm working in the freezing cold covering football. Like a couple of Sundays ago, right? It was freezing cold. There's no way I'm going to be wearing a suit and shoes, shooting football. So, it's more corduroy pants under that. I bought a wetsuit, which is a secret another photographer told me about. If you look at a lot of those people that shoot really north, like Canada or whatever outdoors, they're wearing wetsuits to keep themselves warm. But as I said, it's all based on utility.
Daily affirmation by Pauline says that Bernie Madoff carried himself well and dressed impeccably, yet ... But how do you think Bernie Madoff was able to make his coins? You think he was out here looking shabby? No. He carried himself a certain way, and that built trust in him.
I want a second Coco and Kevin. I believe that clothing is a tool, for whatever purpose that you're trying to forward. Clothing is just simply a tool.
Yeah.
If I was going to go play basketball, I wouldn't do that in the suit. You know what I mean? If I'm gonna go play soccer, I'm not gonna do that in the suit either. But if I go into a business meeting, in particular a so-called white collar business meeting, then I have to wear the tools that they use, especially if I want to be listened to. So I ain't gonna go in there a certain way. If I go into a Mark Zuckerberg type of meeting, then I know he's the hippies. So I gonna use that tool to advance or forward whatever ideas that I may have in my mind to do whatever I need to do. But another thing with clothes too, if I knew what I knew back then, especially with our trends like Tommy Hilfiger and Clarks or whatever, I think that sometimes our people not only need to be on a consumer part of buying their clothing, but buy some of their stock too. You know what I mean? Make you will pay for your clothing. You'll pay for your clothing by the stock you invest. You know what I mean? And buying Tommy Hilfiger or Clarks or whatever. Make your money right back, man. You know what I mean? Because other people want it too. Don't just look at one side of it. I would say get some more bang for your buck. But and another thing too is I think that it is true that people attach self-esteem to clothing. And I think that that's dangerous sometimes. I think that's very dangerous. But like the learning curve we're saying, some women, we trying to get that rush, that attraction shit. And people like Matron, they notice things like tailoring, like the stitching. Some women ain't up on that, but some women will just see a suit and I say, well, okay, he's wearing a suit, I'm attracted to him. Some women could tell you it's a cheap suit, so they still wouldn't talk to you anyways. Yeah, but it's interesting that she mentioned tailoring, so she understand the tailoring and stitching and the expensive suits from the cheap suits. So certain women will catch that, but like I say, I think it's dangerous to associate self-esteem with clothing. I think that the man have to have it before he ever put on the suit or tie or whatever he decides to wear.
So so that's I'm happy you said it that way, because I have a question for all of you. Unfortunately, it's all males on the panel tonight, but I have a question for all of you in a second. But you're absolutely right. I think what the elders were trying to say is have your self-esteem percolating without any clothing. You could be naked and still have a high self-esteem, right? I think that's what they were saying. But the problem with elders a lot of times and their wisdom, it's not fully fleshed out and explained. You got to let people know that yeah, you must have something inside of you, something strong, something tough, you know what I mean? But you also got to let people know that you can't be out here looking shabby and going in big meetings and think you're going to make any headway in those meetings. It just doesn't work. You know what I mean? The matron just said it. You can take a $30 suit, get it tailored, and look like $1 million. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's some pimp shit right there, but that's the head on.
So let me ask you guys.
If you trying to impress chicks, a dude who know certain things will do some shit like that. Everybody know you get a cheap suit, you take it to the Haitian tailors. The Haitian tailors make that shit look like that's a $1,000 or $5,000 suit, and you could swing any chick with that. So I mean, I don't know, boy. She anyway, she has problems. So she is one of them Detroit players. So she know better. She know better.
Let me ask you fellas here. I'm going to start with Azuli. Let me ask you fellas here something. If you saw, all things considered equal, you saw an attractive woman, but you've never seen her look good, like dress nicely, etc. Are you still pursuing, Azuli?
So first of all, Negroes don't care about that. Is the hips ratio all right? I don't care. How you gonna ask me, is she attractive? Do I care if a woman wears like if she's presentable? That's what I care about. If I'm not,
that's the question. The question is if she's not cutting it, are you pursuing?
Yeah, I'm still pursuing because I could change her. So you know me, the hip rate. As long as the hip ratio is my liking, you know me. So that's not gonna deter me. I don't think that deters men, unless if she's not up to par, quote unquote. I could get her up to par the way I like. Oh, I like you when you dress this. I'll buy her this. I'll buy her that. That's not a big deal to me.
D-Wab, what say you?
I mean, it kind of depends on what your goals are, right? If you're trying to like infiltrate be a politician, or you're trying to be, a socialite, things of that nature, then you probably want a woman who at least is hip to the game of how to work a room, how to dress, or whatever. Right. But if you like, depending on like, if you want to be like a independent out in the country, with chickens and cows, you know what I'm saying? Then you don't care about something like that. So I guess it depends on the man and what he's looking for. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're just looking for a nurturer or somebody to raise your kids or whatever, somebody you can build a homestead with, then that's it is what it is. You don't really care about that.
I guess we go to Mr. Untouchable. You were saying something?
No, I was saying there's really like him barefoot and pregnant. He don't give a shit.
Another L.
Barefoot and pregnant.
Hey, I remember. I remember when back in the day, women, the first thing they would look at is your what? Feet. Your shoes.
Your feet. Yep.
Your shoes.
Yep.
And if your shoes ain't on point, you
that's it. That's it.
But now I guess it's like anything goes. As long as you have a nice ride, fuck you. I'm the fuck out. I mean, so the chicks don't care no more. But I remember that used to be a thing back in the day,
Yeah, man. Guys have to watch your feet first.
Definitely. You have to have your shoes clean, polished,
Yep. Trigger Happy 262 is here. He said that's interesting. Some women say suits are intimidating. The Learning Curve says you can take a $30 suit, get it tailored, and look like $1 million. She said mother wit has become a weaponized commodity. Mother wit has become a weaponized commodity. She says Simply Fashion and Dots became wealthy selling $10 outfits to women. Again, tailoring is everything. Okay. Kare, you get the last word on this one.
Yeah. A woman told me this back when we were in college. Young girl. She was saying when women go to the club, they don't dress for men they dress for other women.
Okay.
So, but to answer your question, with me, it's just about personality, man. You know, is she? As I said, is she on that Black Power? What's the term? Damn, I'm losing my train of thought. But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
Is she conscious? Black
Yeah.
power, black uplift. Yeah.
Listen, clothes and money comes and goes. It comes and goes, man.
So you don't like no chicks with no style, no sense of style, you know, nothing.
But does she have a good personality? Smart, you know, that's what I'm looking for.
Not the hip. Hold on, Kari. Not the hip to waist ratio.
Yeah, I like my women big, man.
I like my women thick too. So
yeah,
he say big. He ain't say thick.
No, I just love black women. Period, man.
No, me too. Me too.
There's not like the black women.
That sounds like consent. But like I was gonna say,
not McDonald's heavy thick.
But this is the thing I'm saying. It's like if I see a woman in a BMW or a Bentley, I don't care about that. That's not gonna make me choose you. Like I know women, they want to be in expensive shoes, expensive clothes. Yo, bro, to me, if you're smart, nice personality, easygoing, all that clothes thing, we could buy that. I mean, I don't think. See, men are different. Just like why Cinderella is popular. A man will see a homeless girl on the corner of the street. If the hip to the thigh ratio is high, we're gonna bring her up.
That's what you saw. Like you would mess with.
Oh, God.
I'm just saying. I don't think men like. I mean, if you have a little style, it's cool. But I don't think it's a deal breaker. I'm not.
Let me just tell y'all something. I know Ozuli. Ozuli ain't dealing with nothing busted.
Okay.
All that hip to
waist
ratio, that's talk. That's talk.
I
know this guy.
As Goku, like if you see a girl, like being honest, if you see a girl who's on her last day and she's not looking too right, but she's physically attractive, a lot of men will be like, "Yo, let me come help you out of that funk." Women won't do it for men, but it's men.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So
dude, you live in New York City where you could get the pick of the litter. You tell me talking about, I just want some simple barefoot girl with some pigtails walking down the street. Come on, man.
With some big
hey, Mr. Untouchable, you can have the city, man.
Yeah, you could have the city. Yo, you're in the Bahamas, so let's switch. Come on,
the weather is nice up here this time of year, man. Let's switch, man.
Any day. Y'all get the pick of the litter.
All right, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. Topic number 4 is this. These are African people trying foods for the first time. They prefer the too unhealthy sweets. What kind of businesses would go in their neighborhood? This comes with a post. Let's check it out.
I love tea. Looks like milk with some chilies. Oh, what is this? They've played me, literally. It looks weird. Really? Now this one looks like grapes. You don't like it? You don't like it? Oh. How? It's bad. It's tasting weird. No. This one, no. Let's try this one. Better. Why are you smelling food?
You know I like chocolates and it's
crunchy. Oh God. I like this one.
Cooking is life.
It's nice. Have you ever tried something and you're like, I just want to eat it, keep eating it? Yeah. This thing is awesome.
Enjoy what you're watching? Splendid! Now, don't forget to watch our other video, The Maasai React to Western Snacks.
Cotton. Or cotton. Wanasikia sungu na cotton. Wanajua kardasi.
Like, share, and subscribe while you're at it. Link in the description.
Has a Chinese logo. Not bad. It's too sugary, bitter. I love tea. Looks like milk with some chilies. Oh, what is this? It's tasting like traditional liquor. They've played me, literally. Okay, now it has spoiled the whole taste in my mouth. I can't even feel anything nice. Ah, I see something. Ooh. Ulululu. The mushy. The mattress. I'm not sure. It looks big. I put it in my mouth, it disappears. I think this is the best so far.
I know.
Oh God. I'll just be lying to myself I'm eating something.
I know.
Slowly. Oh goodness.
Okay, let's try this.
It looks interesting. It looks oily. I like this one.
It's just like Madesha. You know Madesha?
Now this one has gone back to the village.
It's just there.
I don't like.
Not bad. This one. Let me find my breath.
Yuck.
Oh God, no. Mm-mm.
No, it
Looks like cheese.
No, it looks like a soap. It tastes like that solid oil.
Oh yeah, the yellow. Is it sunshine? The soap that's called sunshine.
Yeah,
it looks like
definitely.
that. Oh, God, no. Ah, it looks like a baby's food. No.
It's tasteless.
No sugar.
It has no taste.
Oh God.
Now I'm confused. You know? I said I don't like sugar. This one has no sugar.
You're saying it's bad and you're still enjoying it.
Very much.
No.
Very much.
Nah.
So far it's the worst. Followed by this one. the
No,
yellow.
followed by this yellow
Yeah.
sabuni.
Sabuni and the
No, these things are nice. You just don't like them because you don't like them.
I can just stick to our food. Like this one.
This one I'll choose skuma wiki over it.
Because of this cookies and the marshmallows and this one and the chocolates, I'd give 8.5 for me.
I'll rate 6.
I mean, because
I'll rate 6.
6?
Yeah,
Why is that?
because I'll hate almost everything here. Yeah. 4 out of 10.
Talking honestly, our people they like sweet things and not weird stuffs.
That's interesting. There's a cultural thing. There's a cultural clash for me in this video, all through the video. I don't know if you guys picked it up. I'll mention it later, but it's something that I in the Caribbean we didn't grow up doing that type of thing. But the problem says these are African people trying foods for the first time. They prefer the too unhealthy sweets. What kind of businesses would go in their neighborhoods? The matron says fast food restaurants are optimal businesses for their neighborhood. D-Web, what say you to this? Did anything in this video shock you?
No, I mean, sugar tastes good, unhealthy crap tastes good, right? What was Oni? I think he said that they figured out how to make dairy good, like the white boy figured out. Like,
Jeez,
so yeah, so you it is what it is. If you throw enough sugar and throw enough processed crap and some crap,
Salt.
it's gonna taste good. Like, so that and that's worldwide. That's where I think it goes back to creating a healthy lifestyle, a healthy mindset, or at least a balanced mindset. Whereas though, you know, if you eat crap, you know, 1 day a week, you need to eat healthy 5-6 days the other, you know, times of the week. You know what I'm saying? I think it's more important to create a you know, lifestyle of balance, a lifestyle of health, a lifestyle of actually cooking meals than it is to create, you know, and this is a reaction video, right? They're just trying to get a reaction out of people. They're trying to, you know, provide the shock value, provide something different. This is somebody trying to get views. So this is not like something that like, oh, well, you know, this is what the future of Africa is, or what, you know what I mean? This is a reaction video. It'd be no different somebody watching like a gangster rap video and they're reacting that, which I've seen reactions behind that. That's not the everyday life of these people. But like I said, the way you counteract this is create that balance, create that mind state, and you don't have to worry about that, right? You may have a Krispy Kreme once a week, but then you're eating fruits and veggies, you know, 9 times out of 10. So don't create that whole, you know, system where you are addicted to this sugar. I think Matron said it in the comments, where sugar is like cocaine. Yes, sugar is very addictive, especially processed sugar, especially highly processed and highly concentrated processed sugar. So, you know, you create that mindset, and as long as we share the information with each other, know what we're dealing with, and I don't really see an issue with it.
So, D-Web, what kind of, based on this video, just based on what you saw, what kind of business, based on what was going on in the video, what kind of business would you venture to open in their neighborhood?
Whatever's going to sell. It depends on where my mindset is as a businessman. Am I trying to enrich their neighborhood? Am I trying to make these people better? Right. Am I trying to improve the fate of African peoples as a whole, or am I just trying to make some money? So it depends on what my mind state is as a you know, a businessman.
I feel you on that one. If you trying to help the community, then you probably don't want to go in there and open up a sugar factory, a candy kitchen or something like that, right? Kevin Carre, what did you take from this video, and what is your response to the prompt?
Yeah, I saw a lot of things in that video I didn't like, but it's neither here nor there. But my response would be,
I think I know what you're talking about too, but I'll talk about it in a second. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not what you think though. If it is, I'll tell you if it is. But I would say McDonald's.
Oh, okay.
McDonald's make a killing over there.
Okay. Azuli, what about you?
This is why we need a protector, because this introduction, I think D-Web is saying it's nothing, but once you get hooked to that sugar, it's over. So why would you start there? That's diabetes waiting to happen. But another thing I saw in the video, a lot of the food that they say they didn't like, if you put an African spin to it, you might like oatmeal, for example. I don't like the regular oatmeal that I get from a traditional American, but when the Caribbean people make it, or like when my parents make it, it's totally different. You understand what I'm saying? So they could use those food and turn it into their own thing. But I didn't like we all said, your taste buds could lead you the wrong way. So these people are not I bet you they didn't know that the marshmallow is made out of pork. So you see how they had the marshmallow, I like this, I like that. So I think it leads to colonization. I don't know. There's something in there. I wonder who was behind the camera. Who are these people doing that? But like D-Web just said, if you want to open something, hey, what they just said, candy store, cake store, it depends what you want. Do you want to make people be healthy? Or you don't? It's just like we were talking last week, right? Oni said the same thing. It's like, it's not just, the guy said slavery. It's not just for us. Capitalism What do you have in your mind? Do you have capitalism in your mind, or do you have health, wealth, mental health? So it depends, man.
The matron hit on it where she said that the reaction videos are marketing tools to attract capital. Like, who's really behind this shit, right? Trying to show them who are you trying to show what the African, especially the youth, because they're all young ladies, right? It's for the most part, like, what are you trying to show? Who are you trying to show, and why? You know what I mean? Pro Black Perspective said they used to fight wars over salt. Before I go to Mr. Untouchable with the last word, I guess. The thing that stood out to me, and it just shows you that there's cultural differences that kind of had me off-put, like turned off in that video. All that spitting out of the stuff right where you're sitting. When I was growing up, and I see this in New York all the time, these dudes, I guess they're smokers or whatever, they spit a lot. They don't walk their ass over to a side by one bush, by a fence, by some grass or something and spit. They spit right where you walk, and that's very off-putting for me. I don't know if anyone else felt that way watching the video.
I felt the opposite when I saw them doing this. That's what some like. If I was in Haiti and they introduced some food I didn't know, I would do the same thing. Like,
you would spit it. Yes, okay. You would spit it. I get spitting it out. Don't get me wrong.
No, the whole face mannerism.
Right there.
I'm gonna get up. Where I'm gonna go? If I'm here, unless they give me a bucket or whatever, I'm just being honest. Like what they did, I could see myself doing it. The whole facial, so that's I didn't see it like you said it, like the hygiene part. I was just looking at the disgust in their face, and that's totally Caribbean people, African people. Like, ew, why are you giving me this? So
absolutely, yes, but the spitting right where you're sitting type stuff, that's not. At least where I'm from, that wasn't a thing.
But Goku, you're just not gonna, when you finish spitting there, you're not gonna walk on there. I don't think they're gonna walk on there. But I don't know. I understand what you're saying, but I didn't pay attention to that. I just paid attention to I saw my minors. I would have done that if they gave me something that was trash.
Right. Pro Black Perspective says he'd probably spit back in the cup. Yeah, he said he'll probably spit back in the cup. Mr. Untouchable, you saw this video. What thoughts came to your mind?
What kind of business would I put in their neighborhoods? I would put every Western business that I could think about. But here's how I would do it. I would give every person in our community a free television, or I would give them a free smartphone, and I would give them free access to the internet or cable. And I would just leave them people there for a year. And then after the year, after I created the desire, I'll go right back to that community with cigarettes, sugar, all the things they're spitting out. And I promise you, I will get many of them to buy my products after the fact. You know what I mean? The devil don't, to me, the devil ain't gonna come to you just like that and say, well, here, eat this thing that you ain't never eaten before. He gonna create the desire for you. He has to create the desire for how people start smoking cigarettes. They put it in the actors' mouths. They put it in the mouths of actors of your favorite movie or television program and have them do it consistently over and over again. In fact, they make it seem like it was the best thing since sliced bread. You know what I mean? Yeah, Michael Jordan used to drink a Coca-Cola or Sprite or one shit like that. LeBron James, I'm drinking Sprite. We creating a desire first. And then when you drink that shit, you get used to that, hooked on that, because it's sugary. Like Matron was saying, the sugar is addictive. But when you see your favorite artist or favorite basketball player or favorite whatever using these products, we have to create the desire first before you can get you hooked on our products. So I'm not gonna go straight ahead. I'm gonna go the other way around. Yeah, I can give you the free TVs. I can give you the smartphones to create the desire first, and that's what I think that continental Africans don't realize, that these things is what's going to happen to them first before they move in with all the other things. And after a year, they'll be buying up my cigarettes and cheese and all the shit that they were spitting out a minute ago. I promise you.
Whoosh, yo, Mr. Untouchable, that's some facts. That's what I said. I was trying to say they're gonna take it, remix it into their own food, and then they're gonna buy it. All of this is it's acquired taste. It's
Yeah.
like alcohol.
Yeah.
Like no, when you first tasted alcohol, you're like, yep. But commercials, you see your uncle drinking a little Heineken, and he got 2 girls around him. Hey, if I drink Heineken, yo, it's all about propaganda.
Yep. Absolutely. You see someone talking about Appleton and Coke with lemon, and here you are, mess right up on some Appleton, Coke, and lime. Yeah, but Mr. Untouchable made some good points. Although I gotta agree with the pro-black perspective. He says in the chat, he says, "Damn, Mr. Untouchable, that's some thought-out colonialism right there."
Hey, Koku, finish this sentence to me. Guinness is
good for you.
That commercial ain't play on the air for how many years?
Right there, just told my age to people who was wondering. If the fact that I know that commercial, yeah, that's a throwback. Yeah, so that was my take. It's interesting though. Azuli just said something that's spot on, man. Like, there's elasticity in taste. You might throw some shade at that cheese that they cut there. By the way, you don't put a whole hunk of cheese in your mouth like that either, but whatever. You might push back against that initially, but in time, like Oni said last week, this white boy knew how to make cheese taste good. It's to the point where vegans are trying their damnedest to figure out like a cheese, fake cheese recipe that works. That's how important cheese is. Anyone else want to add a last word to this prompt before we move on? Okay, so we're gonna move on. So, before we go, Kevin Conway, what business you said you'd open in Africa?
For those people that love that stuff, anything fast food, man, they'll love
anything
it.
Fast food, okay.
Sugar and salt, absolutely. Let's do Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight.
The best one. What's that thing that they have down south, Koku? Mr. KW done. They have shit. What's that? No, the thing that they do with the pancake and the chicken. What's that thing called? It's like they serve you
waffles.
Yeah, what is that called? There's a restaurant that a Waffle House. We'll open up a Waffle House down there. Sugar and salt. We're killing it.
Man. Here's the thing though. Is sugar to blame? Is salt to blame? Because the question I'm trying to get to is this. You could introduce a food that's say fast food, but I'm sure Africans, just like Caribbeans, just like Black Americans, just like most Black culture anywhere, has great taste in food. So what is it really? Is it the sugar in the food, the salt in the food, or is it the propaganda behind the food? Which one is the worst part?
Your taste buds, bro. Your taste buds will betray you. Will make you eat the. Yo, I know this person, right? They took some dessert from America and brought it to England, right?
Mm-hmm.
They gave it to their nieces and nephews. They threw that shit. They couldn't take it. They threw it up. That's disgusting because it was too sweet. So I'm saying that probably a couple of more desserts from America, they'll take it, but it's the taste buds. Everything is in moderation. Like you don't have to put too much sugar or too much salt. But I think we're trying to what's the word? Satisfy our taste buds. The taste buds are because you know what? They said Corona makes you lose your taste. You know how many people would have lost weight if they lost their taste? If they lost their taste and smell, you could just eat. You could just eat anything and don't care. But your taste buds.
But bro, addiction is part of self-control. That's a learned behavior. You feel me?
It's hard.
If you don't have no self-control, and that's why you shouldn't put these 2 and 3-year-olds on sugar. You shouldn't be feeding them this bullshit where they grow up with it, right? You gotta learn moderation, man. Like we gotta understand that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's something that's taught. Moderation is something that's taught, yo. And life is short, man. You should enjoy it.
Done. If the parents don't have
That's
moderation control,
D-Web, bro.
Oh, my bad. I apologize.
I don't even think KW ain't been on here.
Yo, D-Web. My apology. But if the parents don't have the self-control, how are they gonna pass it on to the kids?
That's what I said. It's a culture. It's a cultural thing, bro. We gotta instill that. Like we gotta start from us. You know what I'm saying? Like we smart enough to do that. We need to instill it with us, and then we pass it on to our kids. We can't sit here and worry about every Tom, Dick, and Harry whether they pass on self-control to their kids, man. I make this point all the time, bro. We kind of get focused on the 85%ers, man. A lot of these people are done, yo. Like I hate to say it, but a lot of these people will believe anything that's on TV. They will believe anything. They don't have any kind of self-control, and those people usually don't actually do anything significant anyway, right? We are the culture, man. We the ones that are building a future, right? You are the future leaders, and your seeds that you teach, those conscious kids that you teach, man, they're gonna be future leaders as well as you teach them on. And we need to stop focusing on these people who have no self-control, who have no discipline, who don't know what's going on, and focus more so on these leaders that we breed. Because honestly, if they are the ones that are preaching this doctrine and living that lifestyle and showing people what needs to be done, they will automatically attract more people anyway. You know what I'm saying? So we got to kind of get off that mind state that like, oh, yeah, if you watch commercials and McDonald's tell you to go get a double Big Mac, you feel me? And you go do that, then that's you. You feel me? But I'm gonna teach my kids that you need to eat greens, bro. You need to get on these fruits and these veggies, and you need to do. Yeah, you can have a donut every once in a while, but you better eat correctly 6 days out the week. You feel me? You better exercise. You need to be active. So we gotta start focusing on that, bro.
All right, Azuli, did you have anything you wanted to add in the chat? The pro-black perspective says, I think white folk make a different type of sweet. He says, my thing is, you can't blame Whitey for putting on healthy businesses if that's what people like. So that's his point from last week. And they ain't looking to enrich like we are. But he says, get the likes up. So yeah, if you're here today, make sure you hit the like button, please.
What I disagree with what he said is that I don't think it's what they like. It's also what you've been programmed to like. Right. If they come out and keep giving you the sweet, like they're repeating it, make you think that that's your own decision. But I understand what he's saying. At the end of the day,
who give you the sweets though, bro?
What do you mean? Who give you the sweet? Your parents? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying who is ultimately the one in charge of your diet?
I get what you're saying, bro, but I think I can't say the propaganda is not part of it, bro. Like sometimes
where's the propaganda, yo? Where the propaganda coming from, brother?
Where's the propaganda coming from?
Mm-hmm.
From the big business. They want to sell their stuff. They want to do their stuff. But I'm saying is that I get what you're saying. I get what he said. It's like at the end of the day, it's your decision. But is it really your decision, bro?
I mean, if you putting a tablet in front of your kids all day, if you put them in front of the TV, if you send them to the public food system every day or whatever, then of course, yeah, then it's not your decision in terms. You're not raising your kids; they raising your kids.
The interesting thing in this video, though, is, I mean, as far as we can tell, just taking the video on face value, is that these guys weren't given a propaganda. These ladies weren't given some propaganda, at least based on the video. They were just asked to taste something, and they naturally like the sweet, unhealthy stuff, right? So I get what the pro-black perspective was saying is like people tend to like some sweet shit, some unhealthy stuff, and can you blame this white boy for putting that stuff in the neighborhood?
But what if they told those young ladies that if you eat too much of that, you could get diabetes, you could die? You think they'll still choose that all the time?
Probably yes, because it's sugar is an addiction. Sugar
Nah.
is like a drug.
I don't think so, man. I'm talking about these women, not us that's been using sweet for all our lives, not the people in America. These young ladies who have not been eating all of this, all of that. If you tell them this could lead to heart disease, cutting your limbs, and diabetes, would you think they'll be like, oh, let me eat that the way they said they was gonna eat it?
Well, let me ask you this question: do you think there's diabetics who've lost limbs in their neighborhood?
In their neighborhood?
Yeah, in Africa, do you think there's diabetics and people who've lost their limbs who don't have access to all of the foods from the West?
Maybe.
People like sweet shit is the point I'm trying to get at. People like salty shit too.
I think the problem we having right now is I don't know, and I don't want to assume, but let me just say this: sugar is a drug.
Yeah,
just like salt is. I think that what's being misunderstood is this particular drug, which is peddled all over the world. We put it in food, but it's still a drug, like cocaine and like all the other kinds of drugs. The effects are different. But even though people still get sugar high, people get sugar high.
But the thing is, sugar and fruits don't affect your body like that sugar.
It's a different kind of sugar.
They don't know the difference.
Yeah,
they do not know
kind of sugar.
These people don't know the difference. I'm not talking about. I was watching this video. They said, when they say that diabetes is like common among Black people, they say like most Black Americans are inclined, like they want to say it's genetic. It's not in Africa. It's not. So what I'm trying to say is that if you told those young ladies, because they used to it, supposedly, they don't have it like that. I believe if you tell them, this could kill you, eat it sparingly, I think they will do so. Because they don't know. It's just like a dog. If you give a dog a fruit, he don't know the shit like chocolate. You don't know that shit is gonna kill him.
Well, I wouldn't call him. Well, let me just say this. I think that what we do sometimes in our own, what are the things we use and consume, like nicotine, for instance, on the side of every nicotine cigarette packet, it says "smoking kills," but it don't stop people from using that product. People still use it anyways. So even if you was to put on the side of every sugar, a bag of sugar, if you use this or consume this white sugar, these things will happen. People will still use these things, and people will still use processed sugar. Why? Because sugar is a drug. Once you become addicted to that drug, it doesn't matter what the labeling is on the side of it.
Right. Also, I want to add something too, because I see in the chat, only the pro-Black perspective is saying, natural sugars like sugar cane is okay. The reason why sugar cane is okay, and the problem with processed foods is that sugarcane has fiber, and what the fiber does is the fiber acts like a time release mechanism for the sugar. So when you're eating sugarcane, for those of you who've actually ever ate sugar before, you know that you're biting through fibers to get that sweet taste out of the cane, and so the fiber that you're intaking is what allows the sugar not to be dumped into the bloodstream so quickly. That's the problem with processed foods. Processed foods have nothing in it, so you're just getting that sugar dump straight to your bloodstream. That's like taking a syringe of heroin or something, like straight to the bloodstream. And so this is why it's a drug. This is why, like in Africa, these ladies know what sugar and sweet is, but they don't get it the same way because they don't get that processed food, as far as I know, or as far as I have come to understand. They don't get that processed food like that. So their sugar is different in that sense.
You drink that Coca-Cola in the morning and get that sugar rush, you go straight high by the afternoon crush. Yeah.
If you feel tired, I remember in grad school, there was a period of time where I was so stressed and busy, and I started to resort to getting a Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew, boy. Should have vibe stuck in Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the deal with that. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5, unless someone else has one last thing they want to add here. But we're making good time today with our prompts and our discussions. Where is it? I put it up before. Shoot the Breeze prompt number 5 tonight is, why is this behavior necessary from a coach? Does a stern talking to not work for adults? No, it doesn't. Any additional thoughts? By the way, the NFL is saying that this coach's behavior is being handled. So what is the behavior that's being discussed here? Bruce Arians lashes out. I hate that. Yeah, that's another thing too. When you post... All right. So I don't think I could do much with this story because it's behind one of these ad blockers. Yeah, so I want y'all to be aware of that as well when you post articles, that they can be problematic for me because those ad blocker things come up and I'm not disabling my ad blocks for that stuff. Does anyone know what Bruce Arians, in fact, Daily Affirmation by Pauline, it should be in the chat.
I think what he did was, there's two things. There's the throat slash he did to AB, Antonio Brown, but I think the one this was talking about is like somebody made an interception, and then one of the players, I think, he ran to the play and slapped him in the head or something. I don't know what he said to him, but it's like maybe the player did a bonehead play and then he hit him in the back of the head or something like that. I don't know if that's what this one is talking about. That's the only thing I heard about this week that he did. So
he hit one of his own players in the back of the head?
Yeah, but meanwhile, the reason when he hit him, his own team made an interception. So I don't understand why he hit that player in the back of the head. So, but even though the guy had a helmet on, but still.
I'm trying to find an alternative link here. Bruce Arians hits helmet. Let's see what this link brings up for me. So let me share this with you guys. So Shannon Sharp calls out Bruce Arians for hitting player's helmet. Tampa Bay Buccaneers coach Bruce Arians is catching some heat after a video of him hitting Andrew Adams' helmet spread like wildfire on Twitter. Bruce Arians isn't exactly making headlines for good reasons right now. There's a bit of controversy surrounding the Tampa Bay Buccaneers head coach after he was spotted on the sideline swatting at his own player's helmet during the wild card game between Tampa Bay and the Philadelphia Eagles. The video itself raises a long list of questions and has drawn plenty of attention. Now, Shannon Sharp is responding to the incident and is calling out Arians for his actions. During a segment of FS1's Undisputed, Sharp recalled a memory that involved a family member bumping him on the head until Sharp's grandfather intervened and protected the then 6-year-old Sharp from being hit any further. According to Sharp, that left a significant impression on him, and he's refused to hit anyone on the head. And if Arians had tried to hit Sharp on the head, well, so this is a quote here, BA would have had problems with Shannon Sharp if he'd done that to me, Skip. Sharp explained, I'm telling you, I would have punched BA. That's Bruce Arians. You can't do that. I thought it was disrespectful. My response to him would have been justified. I guess this should show it.
And I was on the front porch with my grandfather's brother, my uncle. And my grandfather was in his bedroom, but his bedroom was right outside. And my uncle kept thumping me on the head. And I kept hollering, ouch, ouch. And I said, Uncle Oliver, stop thumping me on the head. My grandfather got up. You don't believe me? Ask my brother. He said, if you thump that boy one more time side his head, say, I told you, you'll make a child thick-headed, he won't learn. If you thump him one more time, I'm going to kill you. My uncle got up, drove off, and we never saw him again. So that stuck with me. My grandfather said, don't hit somebody side their head. My own kids, I never thumped them. I never hit them side their head. I never do that to anybody because that's resonated with me. BA would have had a problem with Shannon Sharpe had he done that to me, Skip. I'm telling you, I would have punched BA because you can't do that. I thought it was disrespectful. My response to him would have been justified because he would have had no regret, no remorse for what he did. I, in turn, have no regret punching him, shoving his you-know-what to the ground, letting him know, I'm not your child. I'm not that guy. I get the point that you're trying to make. You don't want me to get a penalty in this situation, but I'm going to get a penalty for whipping your butt. I don't know if they can throw a flag if I whip my coach's tail. I don't think that's a penalty, Skip. So that's just chalked it up. BA, you wrong in this situation. I don't believe BA would have done that, Skip, if he had time to think about it. That was a heat of the moment hit. But a heat of the moment hit get your butt whipped. And he lucky. I get the guys on his 8, probably been around the league a lot. And you know, he's a minimum wage guy. But he did it to the right one. Because if he'd called on Shea like that, me and BA would have had a problem. We'd have had a problem. I don't want to hear nothing about the guy shouldn't put himself in that situation. I don't care what situation I put myself in. Don't you put your hands on me in that manner or we're going to have a problem. You're going to have a problem with most guys if you do that, Skip. And it was like he shivered the guy side the head. It wasn't like, hey, Anthony, bro, you going to give us a penalty. Come on, get out of there. It wasn't that.
Sharpe continued on explaining. He said because he would have had no regret, no remorse for what he did. I, in turn, would have had no regret punching him, shoving his you-know-what to the ground, letting him know I'm not your child. All right? Let me ask you guys here. As grown men on the panel, would you tolerate a man doing that to you? Let's start with Azuli.
First, I want to say Shannon Sharpe is a lie. He didn't have when BA disrespected Antonio Brown 2 weeks ago. He said this coach he didn't have a problem with it. But now all of a sudden, that's the same. The men that could do this to AB 2 weeks ago is the same men that could hit this guy in the head like that. Right. So Shannon Sharpe talking trash, talking about I would have done this. Lies. I don't believe he would have done none of that. Because at the end of the day, he would have tried to preserve his bag instead of doing that. So I'm saying is the guy had a helmet on. I mean, if I'm in a football game, like I don't know. I don't see it as it's the relationship that I have with the coach or with the person. Like me and you, if I'm doing a bonehead, like if I have the relationship with you with the certain, yeah, you could do that to me. But if you don't know me or if we're not tight like that, you can't do that to me.
So you think it was a necessary action?
If I thought it was a necessary action?
Yeah.
No, I didn't think that's not a necessary action because you like Shannon Sharpe just said, you could have pulled the guy, or I don't think that's but I understand like in the midst of battle, testosterone is going. Like we can't judge that because the football life is different from us.
Right.
So I don't know what this kid like. I bet he wouldn't do that to Tom Brady. I don't think he would do that to certain players. Maybe because he knows the guy. I don't know what's the guy's importance to the team. But I understand like you didn't need to do that. But I coming for Shannon Sharpe. I don't want to hear shit from him. Stop.
D-Web, what say you?
Oh yeah. Shannon Sharpe, first of all, he's a divester and a jab pusher. Like I don't care what Shannon Sharpe says. And honestly, like Arzuli said, he wouldn't punch nobody, bro. Like you was coached in the 90s when it was way worse. You know what I'm saying? You was coached in the 80s and the 90s by a bunch of white folk. You wasn't punching Mike Shanahan in the face. Stop it.
No.
Stop playing, bro.
By the way, I grew up a Broncos fan. I grew up a big Shannon Sharpe fan. You know, he wasn't punching no Shanahan in the face.
Wouldn't touch him. Wouldn't look at him. He wouldn't even curse him out. I guarantee you, he wouldn't have cursed him out.
Tell him D-Web wouldn't touch him. Wouldn't even
touch him.
Just
it sound good. It sound good.
Yeah, sound good. Yeah.
He won't
He's
even curse
retired
Skip
now.
Bayless out. He won't even curse Skip Bayless out because Skip Bayless will fire him on the spot.
Yep.
Stop playing, dude.
Yeah,
Yo, D-Web, I've seen Skip Bailey said, "It's my turn. Yell at this clown."
Yeah.
This clown just shut up and don't say nothing.
Yeah, why you fronting, bro? Stop playing, bro. You know you are knee deep in this. I don't care. You 6'4" and 250. You're a 6'4", 250 bitch, bro. You've been on the like you've been playing the game for as long as you can remember. You've been listening to these people yell at you and spit in your face. I've been to boot camp. You getting hit by white folk spit every few seconds on the football field. Stop playing, bro. Why are you sitting here trying to act like you so tough on TV while you chasing white women in the shadows, bro? Stop playing, bro.
Yes.
Shannon Sharp is like one of the worst Negroes ever, yo. He's big boule.
D-Web,
sits here. What you got?
I'm gonna agree with you. I think he's even worse than Stephen A. Smith because he's pretending that he has our back, but deep down, like you just said, he's worse. I think Stephen A. I could expect that from Stephen A. But somebody might listen to Shannon Sharp and be like, "Oh, he's really fine." No, you're not. You're the same.
He's keeping it real. Yeah, tough talk.
Yeah, you remember? It's sad, bro. I don't want to hear anything from this goober mouth ass Negro, bro. He does this every week where he's sitting here talking tough and he posting pictures of his workouts. You been a bitch, bro. Like we know this.
We don't believe you. You need more people.
No, stop it. Stop it, bro. That's all I got, man. Get cancel this dude, man. Get him out of here, yo.
You remember Terry Crews with his big threatening everybody on Friday and shit, like I'm a tough guy. Then you see this little Jewish white guy come feel him up in front of his wife, and he ain't saying God now. Come on, man.
Yeah, the little guy grabbed his you know what in front of his wife,
in front of you know who. You know what I mean? Getting pound. Yeah, these guys are a funny style, man. These guys are real funny style. Kari, we haven't heard much from you. What's your take on this? Do you think the coach was necessary in his actions?
No, if your team got the interception, why would you do that? It's just stupid. You know, and the other thing is you don't go there crossing the line, putting your hands on your players. Remember, Mr. Untouchable, you made that point last week about AB, right? Walking off the field, it could have done another way. Now this idiot, he just doesn't keep putting his foot in his mouth. This coach right here. But
yeah, man, these guys, I don't know. But like we had this discussion before, and all of us mutually agreed, Izuli, I think he could remember this. If these brothers down, these multi-million-dollar brothers who could rent out any stadium in America and buy cable and television time whenever they want to and buy cheap uniforms whenever they want to, if they tired of getting mistreated by the so-called NFL, they could simply start their own league and not get mistreated. But they decide and choose to, having multi-million dollars in the bank, don't take the risk, to putting up that money and creating their own league. Well, I'm charging them to the game. Whatever comes with that, it is what it is.
I hear that.
But the thing is, it's like, this is what Shannon Sharp doing. Yo, when you coaching, yo, it's a different lifestyle. Your coach might yell at you as a man or whatever. It depends on the relationship. Like if you're my mentor, you could yell at me. I don't know the relationship. But again, that young man might be the 54th player on the team or the 30. He doesn't have as much cachet. And people see, Antonio Brown is a jerk, I think. But what he did, walked out, that's some Caribbean men shit. Oh, you're not going to talk to me any kind of way. Yeah, people say, oh, he shouldn't have done that. How should he have done it when the men tell him, does the throat slashing and tell him to get the F out of his field? So Shannon Sharp destroyed AB. So now you thought that same coach wouldn't do that to this? Oh, I was going to fight. Stop it. He wasn't going to do nothing. This is the man that's on national TV with Hennessy and weed in his mouth. Nah, man. D-Web, I agree. Shut your mouth and continue the role that you play with Skip. Skip be yelling at him. He don't say nothing.
Like a slave master sometimes.
What you said?
Like a slave master sometimes.
Yo,
Man.
sometimes I be feeling embarrassed. Skip is like, yo, Skip is like, it's my turn. I don't. Shannon Sharp might raise his voice, but he doesn't do it in that level. I'd be like, nah, I know Shannon Sharp be going to his room crying, talk about, yo, there's no way.
Skip. Yeah. D-Web, you mentioned Shannon Sharp as Boule. Is that right?
Yeah, man. He's one of the rich, went to these certain colleges, and now, bro, you don't get on TV, you don't get on Fox Sports without Boule connections, yo. You will not get on there because it needs to be well known what you will say once you're on air. You feel me? Like, it needs to be well curated what you may say while you're on air.
Yeah.
Most of these football dudes are big Boule. Hence why they are big 6'5", 260-pound bitches who won't speak out against anything, yo. If you notice the NFL, yo, they can push whatever agenda they want, and most of them dudes won't say nothing. You hear nothing from the NFL. Some of your biggest, greatest frontline soldiers, yo. These dudes are humongous, and they won't say anything. You know what I'm saying? They won't even attempt a strike anymore. You know what I'm saying? At least baseball and basketball have attempted strikes before. Like NFL, the last strike they had was in the 80s, yo. These dudes will not even attempt to buck the system, yo. These are some of the most indoctrinated, and I don't want to bash football. You know what I'm saying? I coached Pee Wee football for a while. Capper L, one of my homeboys, he coaches. You know what I'm saying? So it is benefits to it, right? But at the same time, once you get to this professional level, yo, they are so curated. They are so taught to be disciplinary. It could be both a good and a bad thing, right? To be taught to be a follower, to taught to be able to listen to your leadership and things like that. If you get the wrong leadership, it could be very detrimental. A lot of these football people have been taught to be very, very docile, to a point where they won't even speak out on much of anything unless they've been told to. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you see in NFL a lot. And Shannon Sharp is part of that too. So you won't see too many people outside of NFL that's not Boule. Not to mention NFL is more of a team sport than, say, a basketball, right? As basketball, you can be a great player and it's only 12 people on that team. So if you're one of that 12 and you're one of the greatest of player in NBA players, you can make a bigger effect in the NBA than you can when you're one of 54 on an NFL team. You know what I'm saying? So those people it's a way more bigger team sport. They can replace you at any time with somebody, right? So they've been taught to be more docile.
D-Web, let me say something. Randy Moss got on television, cried because one of the coach called the head of the National Players Organization a big, mission tire lip, right?
He got big lips. Yeah, you talking about that?
Yeah. Meanwhile, that guy, the black guy who was the head of national all the players is being getting effed in the butt to the contract because of him. He doesn't say anything. The NFL players got one of the worst contracts out of everything.
And can be cut anytime. No guaranteed contract.
No guaranteed.
And he's there crying because one of the coaches got mad and called this guy Michelin lip.
Yeah, that's what they do, bro. It's the NFL, man. The NFL is one of the weakest leagues in turn, and it's 70% black, yo. Like I said, some of the fucking most physically gifted athletes, physically gifted people we have, yo, and they straight bitch made, yo.
And this is why sometimes, no matter, it's easy. If you smart, you could dominate the world because that just prove you. Most of the big men, and you're 6'4", and they could run like a 4.3 or 4.4. They still don't think for themselves. So, yo.
What you say? It is what it is. Another L, bro.
All right. You know what? Let's do a station ID break here. And when we come back on the other side, we will start to hit the second half of Shoot the Breeze topics. You guys make sure to hit the like button while you are here. We'll be back on the other side.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
What are you going to do? So let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. I want to thank everyone for tuning in again. I appreciate you guys spending your Saturday nights hanging with us. Hope you guys enjoying the conversation. You could always post your comments in the chat. I'll read those off on air, and we could have that dialogue as well. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is when we allow others to control our image. British Vogue editor-in-chief is under fire for darkening the model's skins. Let me post this link. Yeah, so British Vogue's upcoming February 2022 cover has sparked quite a bit of conversation since it was revealed on Friday. However, while many are celebrating the images as brilliant and even groundbreaking, many have questioned the artistic liberties taken in the photos, styled by French Vogue editor-in-chief Edward Enfield. So there's this tweet from Nichelle Johnson, whoever that is. She says, this cover is weird. The lighting is off. The backdrop is off. The various skin tones and highlights are missing. And the African models are all in European-style wigs. Huh? British Vogue definitely needs to hire black women photographers. And this is the image, just for everyone to see it. This is weird. This is... Are you guys seeing this? This is... It was strange what they did to them here. It's like a myth. Yeah, this tweet critique is on point. That's really, really strange. To continue, the cover, which hits newsstands on Tuesday, features models Adu Akesh, Ama Akwe, Majesty Amare, Akon Shanku, Maddie Fall, Janet Jumbo, Abenin Nial, Nayagwa Ruia, and Anok Yai. The 9 women who are of Ethiopian, Nigerian, Rwandan, Senegalese, and South Sudanese origin have walked the runway for some of the biggest fashion houses, including Prada, Louis Vuitton, and Balenciaga. All of the models seem to have intentionally made to appear darker in the new British Vogue shoot. So this is the shoot. I guess this was the caption. I just like black women to be represented as they are. Those women are stunning. Sometimes the European or fashion gaze exoticizes black women by darkening them to make art, and is giving a bit of fetish. Even very dark skin has tones and highlights and isn't just, I guess, 1D, right? That's weird, really weird what they did here. I'm going to be curious to hear from Kevin Carre on this one. Someone tweeted named Mr. Ademi. I can understand why people think the British Vogue cover is great, but the comments below begin to depict why it really isn't. The cover could have been so much better. I guess someone said a lot of deconstruction here. The framing, the deliberate darkening in post-production, the dead expressions, and the absence of joy, saying so much about how white fashion institutions view black women. The artistic choice to put them all in black, despite vivid colors probably working best for this particular group of skin tones, etc. But all I really want to say is we're in 2022 and Vogue still can't properly light black women. This lighting is a travesty. The article, which accompanies these photos, written by contributing editor Funmi Feto, aims to celebrate the fact that the era of celebrating or uplifting one African model at a time has shifted. I guess these are some more of the images. This is horrible. This is horrible. I mean, look at the sister in the middle here. Nah. Fashion tends to follow waves, says Vogue editor-in-chief Edward Ennerful, who styled the cover and the photos featured in the article. We've had the Brazilian wave, we've had the Dutch wave, the Russian wave, the Eastern European wave, and while in the last decade the black model has come to prominence, I love that we are finally giving them space giving more space to African beauty. The comedian Ako Jambo suggests that the fashion world's new love of African beauty, and even these images, are rooted in something much more sinister. So he has a tweet here that says, I am South Sudanese. I have lived here probably longer than these models, and I can assure you that there's nothing moving around looking like this. There's nobody moving around looking like this. Sorry. As an artist, I can also assure you that this is not art. This is black skin porn, black fetish, reverse bleaching. Right? I think we get the idea here. Urzuli, you are an artist. You're a filmmaker. You're an author. Sometimes photog. What do you take from this cover? Number one, and the idea that it's a white boy European who styled this and framed this. I mean, this is hideous. Who styled this and framed this? Like, what do you take from this?
I might have to disagree. I looked at the guy who shot it is Brazilian, okay. Rafael Pavarotti, and he looks like he's mixed, or you know how it is in the thing. But as you said, the light, it's not Paul lighting. He purposely shot it like that. That's his style. It could be look like he's romanticizing dark skin or whatever, or he's using that to make money, because that's a way. Like when you use black people as artwork to make money. So my thing is, what I don't like is the fact that they were all brushed up to look like European, dressed in dark skin, like the hair and this and that and the third. But I look at his other work. In some of the pictures, he has the black women with afros or whatever. So everything that happened to dark skin, it's not by accident. That's on purpose. Like the way the women look so dark skin like that, it's on purpose. And my thing is, black people are up in arm with this, but where's your own magazine?
Right.
Where's your own En Vogue? So, like, I get what people are saying. Like, this is done purposefully. Like, this is his. If you Google him and Google the pictures, he's been doing this. And again, my thing is, my biggest issue is this. I don't think he cares about the feature. I think he uses it because it's not popular. So that makes him stand out. I think he's using black women to get put on. But I don't think the way he did it, minus the European features on the people that he did probably airbrush or whatever. But all of this is done on purpose. Like the darkened, people say, oh, bad lighting. It's not bad lighting. He lit it like that on purpose. It's like, what's the movie what's the movie? Oh my God, I didn't watch it, but it was where the gangster was like a homosexual. Moonlighting. You ever saw Moonlighting? Anybody ever saw Moonlighting?
No, I think that's just you. But go ahead.
Okay, so Moonlighting, the way the black people's skin on there, the undertone are very bluish, darkish, and it looks beautiful. So what people don't, that's not Paul Lighting. He did that on purpose. So my issue with him is that he's using black skin to make money, to get fame, but I don't think he really cares about the situation, about that. Just like I don't know if it's like I could use Pink for example. Pink first album was hip hop. After that, she left and went straight rock and roll. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't think these women are ugly or per se, but I think it's his style. He did it on purpose to catch attention so people could talk about it. And you know what's gonna happen? Guess what's gonna happen to this guy? He's gonna be heavily recruited for people to. This is gonna boost his market value to the roof.
His curating.
So, so I don't think I think he did it to separate himself from the. It's like, let's not say this. What's that lady? She played in Boomerang. The dark-skinned lady. She's a model.
Grace Jones.
Grace Jones. They used to shoot her like that in the 80s. They used to shoot her very dark, but the only difference.
That's true.
Grace Jones used to have a little high top and this and that in the third, but they did that to Grace Jones.
Yeah.
So I think this guy is using this as a vehicle to be out there because to separate himself from the group. And he's like, I don't know if he considers himself black or whatever. So, but he looks like he's from thing. So I get what you're saying, but I don't want to say that. I don't know. I don't think it's Paul Lighting. It's not Paul Lighting. It's everything is done on purpose. Vogue is not gonna put anything on their main cover like it was by accident. So that's all. I'll think about some more stuff. But Kevin, since you're the photographer, what you think?
Well, it just something that came to mind. My last time I went to Afropunk, there was someone that was a kind of a trend actually. So this is nothing new, as you said, where these girls were painting. They're already dark skinned, but they painted themselves more darker skin. So yeah, but at the same time too, I look at this as I mean, it's a nice photo or whatever. But to me, when we have outsiders doing photos of our people, it just doesn't look right. Only we know how to do it. Photograph our own people, not outsiders.
I mean, these people don't. These women don't look healthy.
But Coco, that's the show. That's the fashion market. They looks, and for the person that said, I've seen Sudanese women that are darker than that in real life. I was in Harlem. I saw a couple so dark, I didn't believe it. So for Africans to be saying, oh, we've never seen people like, stop lying. I've seen the Sudanese people, Kenya people. There's a lot of them with that complexion, especially
and the Senegalese.
Yeah, especially when they're in the motherland, because the sun is hitting. When you come to America, you might get a little light or whatever. But I've seen people like that. So I'm not saying my issue with that.
But with no contour, like there's no contouring in the face. It's just a dead face.
I think that for me, when I look at this, by the way, Coco, could you roll it up with all them wearing black again, please? Roll it up to the photo with all them wearing black.
Right here,
yeah. When I see this on the face of it, and I'm not an artist, but on the face of it, what this says to me is Africa is dead.
Yeah, man.
That's what they say to me. Why do I say that? All of them are wearing. To me, they look like they come out on a funeral.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, every one of them, they have very stoic faces. None of them are smiling. It's almost like they are black zombies.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They have no facial expression whatsoever. Africa is one of the most colorful places on the planet. And African women, what they like to do the most? They like to laugh. They like to be jovial. Usually when they have these stoic faces, something that's tragic has happened to them. You know what I mean? For me, like I say, on the face of it, and another thing too is all of them are from different African countries. So for me, it coming across like Africa is dead as far as the future, because all of them are women, young women who's supposed to, have children and whatever. So people, from my mind, what's the future of Africa? All these people look like dead black zombies without souls. It's no color to them. It's no facial expression. To me, it reads Africa is dead. Now that's just me. I am not this, but that's what my takeaway is on the face of this picture.
Yeah, me looking at this while I was reading it, y'all heard my commentary. I have to agree with Mr. Untouchable. That looks just like death. There's a picture down here. This lady in the middle here looks almost like a bust, like some statue or something like it's death.
But again, Goku, what Kevin Curry just said, and I just said, they superimposing, they just taking the black skin and woman and they're putting them into European clothing, European poses and stuff like that. Because you're right. If I would have took a picture of a dark-skinned woman like that, I would put her in yellow and blue and like nice necklaces to accentuate, to bring out the color more against the clothing. But again, they shooting it. We know who's involved. It's not us.
Right.
I'm just saying, like, when I look at this guy's picture, like when I go into his if you Google his name and you do images, it's always like that. It's always like that. So I don't know what it's always like. I'm thinking my problem is this is using us to get put on. And I don't like that when they do that.
I think it's a horrible representation of black women, especially African women. There's the only way I see African women photoed or have this facial expression is something tragic has happened to them. You know what I mean? You never see African women carrying on like this ever. It's a terrible
Mr. Untouchable again. Terrible. If you Google his name, okay, his name is Raphael. Let me just Raphael Pavarotti, right?
You're trying to say that this is his style. This is his thing, right?
Yes. If you Google, like, if you get a chance,
but his thing sucks though, because like Mr. Untouchable is saying, this is not this is a shame to present our women with this type of look. And by the way, let's get our D-Web to weigh in a little bit here too.
Yeah, actually I agree with Arzuli, and I'll screw Mr. Untouchable. But like I said, I caveat with you, Goku, like, who the fuck cares, yo? This is British Vogue, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know people have probably seen what I said on my rants on I'm gonna say Yankee Tango, because I'm on their platform, right? I'm on Yankee Tango's platform, right? But I'm giving them business, right? I'm the one supplying them with material. I'm the one, going to their platform or whatever. So I can't blame nobody but myself when they present me in a light that I don't want, or when they, ban me or restrict me or cancel me or whatever, right? Because I'm providing you with that. So if I was really true about myself and true about my people and true about my platform, I would find something else to go into. I see that as the same thing when you talk about this British Vogue picture, right? Yo, start our own joint, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like, frequent media platforms that are owned by black folk, yo. Like, why are we sitting here? It's Vogue, yo. What you think you from to get from Vogue? You feel me? We gotta stop looking for validation from people who don't give a fuck about us, yo. We gotta stop it, yo. It has to stop. We have to divest from other people's media. It has to stop at certain points. And the more they beat you down, I advocate it. Keep going. Keep producing stuff that looks like this to wake people up, yo. We have to divest from their media, yo. I want them to go even harder. You know what I'm saying? Take a white girl, put her in blackface, and put her on the front of British Vogue so you Negroes can wake up, yo. We gotta stop it, yo. It has to stop, yo.
No, I feel it. I feel it, D-Web. I feel you. I feel it.
Yeah, but one thing we got from Vogue was Andre, whatever that fat guy, his name is Andre Leon, whatever his name was,
who died. Yeah. In the chat. By the way, and you guys who are listening, drop some comments. Let's get the commentary from the chat going a little bit more. Trigger Happy 262 said, I've seen Moonlight. Goes on to say, the topic of images can be something I talk about in regard to stories, films, comics, animation. I just watched Amistad yesterday, and I can tell that a white man made the movie. He goes on to say, the opening scene of the movie doesn't give translations to the Mende men who captured the ship. The justification for this direction choice is to evoke language barrier. But that's stupid to me because the Spanish men got translated, meaning who is supposed to be self-inserted is white people. He says, I think what needs to be understood is that other people who depict you in images automatically self-insert and impose their perspective and worldview on you. White people see us as objects. He says, so naturally, they will fetishize you in magazines. Same thing with other mediums in film. They will just put their worldview in an African story about African men trying to go back home. Pro Black Perspective says one of them looked like a mannequin. Yeah, that one in the middle looked like that too. He said the second one, that one second to right on top row. Yeah, it's ghastly. That's the word I'm trying to find. I think the matron said, didn't he make them darker? Yeah, this guy made them darker. I think that's all the chat right now. Mr. Untouchable.
I would say this. I'll end with this. You know, whenever the homie Kevin Carey get ready to start his magazine, just send me the business perspective, and I'll help you and put the money in up to getting that shit started. Whenever you're ready, bro. Whenever,
no, it's already
with these cops, these people.
Mr. Untouchable, last year during the pandemic, well, damn, it's 2 years now, but during that time, I was just home, just working on all. I got like 6 books done, 2 magazines done.
Yes. Whenever you're ready to go compete in the marketplace, bro. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, but I must say something about a lot of these women. I'm as a photographer and Koku, you have seen me throughout the years when I first started the project on Facebook, right?
Yeah.
And you too, Erzulism, you'll appreciate this.
Yeah.
I used to walk around, Soho, the East Village, by Westport. I would just walk around in that circle, and I was trying to get a lot of black women. I've got a lot of black women, but the majority of women that didn't want their photo taken by other black photographers were a lot of African women. They'd rather work with the white boys. I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of them.
Erzuli, what's your last word on this?
I don't. At the end of the day, like I just don't feel like. What my issue is that people using us to get put on. At the end of the day, if you don't like what you see, like everybody said, hey, create your own magazine or whatever. Again, it's Bridget Vogue. And a lot of these women, we fighting for these. You think these women are mad about those pictures? How many of us think these women in there? You don't think that they're happy with those pictures? You think that these women are mad?
Yeah, I agree. I think they're giddy over these pictures.
They think they made it. They made it. They made it. So why am I getting mad about people who probably they got like how much money for it and all of that? But I just don't want people to believe that that was a mistake or they did it by accident. No. When it comes to Vogue, there's nothing by accident. Everything is the T's are crossed, the I's are dotted. So this is his style. This is his style. So I don't know, man. I don't know if I would have made a big deal out of that, to tell you the truth.
Kevin Carey in the chat, Trigger Happy 262 asks, why do you think that is in regards to continental women not wanting other black photographers?
Well, I would know. I would say in theory that they see, that the white boys have these nice studios, and there's a new young up and coming black photographer or photographer that's been doing it for a while that living in New York City, it's impossible to afford a photo studio by yourself. You need to do in a group, but they see that the white boys have a nicer studio. They're driving a nice car, as we were talking about earlier, wearing nice clothes, you know, and they say, "Oh, I want to be with that."
I don't think so, Kari. I think it's the same.
I said in theory.
I think it's the same reason that black people go to the white store instead of the black store that's right next to it. It's more than that.
Yeah.
So I think that translates also to photography. Just like I bet you more black people go to the white realtor than they go to the black realtor. They go to the they'll go to the white dealership more than they go to the black dealership, because when they go to the black dealership, they're gonna ask for discounts and shit. So I think this is just a sickness. It's not just only to photography. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it sucks, man. It is, especially when you're trying to build. And remember, Coco, we said this months ago. But I'd rather make $300,000 with my own people than try and go over and make $1 million with those white boys.
All right, that was a good topic. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is, why is the black man always the fall guy in white society, even though all the facts and statistics tell a different story? There's a video that accompanies this. Let's go to that video.
You know, we get told time and again, look, it's all very well you middle-class white people telling us what the problem is, right? You're not middle class and you're not white. What is the problem and how do we deal with this?
Well, as I've said many times before, the social indicators, I don't say causes, because obviously there's still an element of personal responsibility. The social indicators for violent crime among young working class street gangs have remained consistent for 200 years. Relative poverty, masculinity, exposure to domestic violence, lack of education. So the solutions are fairly obvious in many ways. Glasgow, which was once dubbed the most violent city in Europe, still has a higher murder rate than London. But when we look at serious youth violence, which is my preferred term, if journalists want to be taken more seriously, they should use the term serious youth violence, because knife crime has become a sort of racial buzzword at the moment. Glasgow has seen a dramatic reduction in serious youth violence to the point that none of the murders of teenagers that occurred in 2017 occurred in Scotland. What approaches did they take in Glasgow? They took a public health approach, they took an interagency approach, they took an approach that saw violence in a holistic way. They saw the link between domestic violence and violence in the street. They saw the link between violence in society in general and violence in the street. They looked at early interventions, basically, coming into young people's lives and families' lives as early as possible and diverting them away from crime. Good education, good jobs, counseling. That was so dramatically effective. So the fact that there's all this hand-wringing and suggestion that an entirely different set of policies should be suggested for London, maybe Birmingham and Manchester.
So let me put this to you.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting, your view of this. And what I would say to you is this. Statistically, it looks like in London right now, this is predominantly a problem of young black teenage boys who are members almost exclusively of gangs attacking each other, so that the perpetrators and the victims appear to be almost exclusively young black men. Do you think there is a racial element to that in terms of any cultural issues, racial issues? Or do you think it's the same problem they had in Glasgow, where they were white, but actually the race part of this is something that we might look at the statistics and think it's a black problem when it's not?
Okay, so there are several regions of the country, let's just look at the facts, that have higher murder rates than London does. Clearly, throughout human history, black people have not had anything remotely resembling a monopoly on violence. Over the last few years, some of the most horrendous knife attacks, both the victims and the perpetrators, have been white, and they've not been from London, including a 13-year-old girl stabbed to death in Southampton, a 16-year-old stabbed to death in Dinnington, a 7-year-old girl stabbed to death in York, a 5-year-old stabbed to death by its own mother in Oxfordshire. When both the perpetrator and the victims are white, race suddenly becomes unimportant. There is one limited sense in which race may be important. You could argue that only a very particular demographic of young black boys, only at a very particular stage in their lives, feel a degree of psychological self-hatred or contempt for themselves that they project onto other people who most remind them of themselves. However, the black-on-black violence paradigm, so-called, is never used in that way as a kind of psychological self-hatred model. It's used to give the public essentially the ridiculous impression that black school teachers, black doctors, black lawyers, black Premier League footballers, my grandmother, David Adjaye, Oswald Boateng, are all sort of an equal risk of violent crime. And actually,
well, it reminds me a little bit. I mean, it's different, but it's interwoven slightly into what happened in New Zealand, where you have this white supremacist committing an act of horror. Had he been an ISIS terrorist, the immediate reaction from many people would have been, this is a Muslim problem.
Yeah.
Because he's a white supremacist, I've not heard people say, this is a white person problem.
Well, precisely. We have enough trouble getting what I'm going to call the racial virtue signaling right-wing press to call white supremacist terrorists by their proper name, let alone to force all white people to explain the bad actions of all other white people. For example, you will never be called upon to explain that not all middle-aged white men are pedophiles, despite the fact that hundreds, maybe thousands of them are convicted of sex offenses every year, because it's self-evident that not all middle-aged white men are pedophiles.
I think it's a completely valid point. I do.
Let's look at it in the other sense. Where young black boys overachieve, is race offered as an explanatory factor? For example, British, Ghanaian, and Nigerian boys on free school meals, so the poorest sector, academically outperform and are more likely to go to university than similarly poor white, mixed race, and black English kids whose grandparents came from the Caribbean. The 4 youngest children in Britain to ever take GCSEs are all black. Romari Wilfred, a young black boy from East London, has a higher IQ than Einstein. Young black men are more disproportionately represented in professional football than any other area of British life, with all of the consequences and implications that has for their contribution to the tax base, etc. So it's almost as if a black person does something negative, the entire so-called black community is to blame. Black person does something positive and they suddenly regain their humanity and their right to be viewed as an individual. What I'm saying is I'm not just talking about what I read in sociology books, I'm talking about what I saw in my real life.
But here's a tough question for you.
Last point about London, sorry.
Yes,
in the last 2 years, it's still important to remember that the overwhelming majority of murders have not been committed by teenage black boys. So for example, in 2017, there were 117 or 16 murders, 21 of which were of teenage black boys. In 2018, there were 134, 24 were of teenagers in general. So it's also important
so the stats can be twisted any way you
Precisely.
like. However, let me throw this back at you. Notwithstanding all that, and I think it's fascinating what you've been saying. Notwithstanding all that, there is no doubt that right now the knife crime element of murder in London is predominantly young black teenage boys.
And
so
also
my question for you is there any racial or cultural element to what is going on relating to knife crime in young black teenage boys?
Listen to what you've just said. When you think that blackness is the most important thing to emphasize about these young men, almost half of the young people in prison in Britain, regardless of ethnicity, were in care as children. Almost half of young people in prison in Britain were expelled from school as children. When we offer blackness as an explanatory factor, as if we don't need to know anything else.
Is it irrelevant though, Carla?
No.
Is it irrelevant?
As I said at the top of the program, or a couple of minutes ago, in the one limited sense in which it may be relevant, i.e. the idea of a kind of particular psychological self-hatred that affects only a very particular group of young black boys and men, and then only at a very particular stage in their life.
What is that? Explore that for a moment.
So I'm saying there is an internalized racism, essentially. And you hear this in some rap music in some senses, you see it in some people's behaviors, where basically contempt for black life, only a very particular group of young black boys at a very particular stage
react against it.
Perhaps internalize that. But we never use it in that way because that would mean a wider dialogue about contempt for black life in general. Young parents in Ghana, which happens to be one of the most peaceful countries in the world, despite being one of the most poorest, are not worried about their kids getting stabbed to death on the way to school. So clearly this is something specific, if we're talking about that psychological self-hatred element, to Britain and the United States and other places.
Carla, can I ask, because it was the particular point that Alex had made his really important intervention on, prison sentences and increased police presence and numbers. What effect might they have?
On reducing crime in the long term, virtually zero. A good friend of mine, Dr. Baz Dreisinger, did a study all around the world where she looked at prison systems and incarceration all around the world. She found not one country in which tougher sentences in and of themselves did anything to reduce crime. In fact, in many ways, we can just look across the water to the United States. They may make it worse for reasons that are entirely obvious. We already have the largest prison population in the whole of Western Europe.
I guess we don't hear this side of the coin enough. And it's very easy for us to sit here, look at a bunch of statistics and think that's the problem.
Well, I think there's a number of reasons for that. I myself was the beneficiary of a Pan-African Saturday school tradition. So in post-war Britain, there were a whole tradition of essentially black Saturday schools.
So I got to interrupt. I see they said that the stream has stopped. Let me just ask. They can see me typing.
Yeah, I see it says policy violations, bro.
Shit.
You have to be more cognitive of like these videos you play and shit. YouTube, bro, off the chain, man.
It's kind of hard to tell because this is on YouTube. You know, this shouldn't be. I mean, that's wild.
Man,
It's
they
still
off
on
the
YouTube.
bro. I'm seriously exploring options. Get the BitChute or Rockfin. Some of the conspiracy people I know on Rockfin. I'm talking to them right now to get up out of here. But YouTube off the chain, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh,
I just refreshed it and it says like stream unavailable, bro.
Oh man, that's too bad. That's too bad.
Yeah. All right.
So you can't start it again and just continue with the Shoot the Breeze?
Start a whole new stream, bro.
What YouTube does is they say as soon as the offending video or whatever
it's taken down,
it stops playing.
Yeah,
they will refresh the stream.
Oh, so soon as this video stops playing.
Yeah, as soon as the video that I was showing. That's what happened the last time.
Oh, it was at the end anyways. It was at the end. So
yeah, but
is it because you played it for too long or something?
But even Joe Rogan, like Joe Rogan don't play any videos on his streams, bro. You may have to go to that where I mean it sucks, but you may have to go to that.
Yeah.
I thought there was fair use on YouTube.
Bro, you may have to go to that.
Okay,
where,
I think the stream is back now.
Yeah.
Let me just tell them refresh page. Let me see if that gets through. Because Bobby Wright says, I agree with D Web. What do we expect? If they refresh the page, the stream should be back now, I think.
Let me see.
But in the meantime, the first person I want to hear from is D Web on this topic. But I want to add first. Are we back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you back.
But I want to add first, before we go to D Web, I want to just add real quickly how the struggles that African folks are facing elsewhere reflect the same struggles that you see here in the States. All right. Anywhere where there's this quote unquote white hegemony, it's the same struggles. But D-Web, what did you think about Akala's interview here?
I think they hit him with a loaded question, bro. To be honest with you, because we aren't part of white society, to be honest with you. They're in the suburbs living their life. They're not concerned about knife attacks. Like that is what we're concerned about. I made this point, like when I go to, and I've traveled major cities, I've traveled to a bunch of cities through my travels, you know what I'm saying, throughout my journey through this lifetime. And I've always been more concerned about black people attacking me than I have white people attacking me. It's like your struggle ain't my struggle. You feel me? But what they like to do is they like to use these stats for their own purposes and agendas, right? These people on this panel, you see these people he talking to, they don't give a fuck about, black boys and black society and what's going on in a black neighborhood or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So what happens is you have to check the poverty numbers, right? So if you have a society where 20 to 30, maybe 40% of your people are in poverty, right? 70, 80% of them may be black folk, right? And we all know that poverty leads to increased crime, right? So if you're experiencing increased knife attacks and things of that nature, is mostly due to that poverty factor. And if 70% of the people in your poverty in your nation are black, of course it's going to be more black people. So it's a loaded question. I wouldn't even entertain this stuff with that panel that he's entertaining it with, because they don't care. They're using a talking point, and they're using this brother who maybe mulatto, to be honest with you. They're using him as a scapegoat, you feel me, to push whatever they're pushing. And they got him on here asking these loaded questions that they already know the answer to. They already know the answer to these questions that they're asking them, yet they're trying to catch him up. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to expose him. They're trying to expose their agenda and push their agenda or whatnot. Like, we got to stop leading credence to these people and going on their platforms and talking. I like what Oni say when he says in the introduction, you know what I'm saying? Black problems are addressed with black solutions. stop expecting white folks to provide solutions to anything. You feel me? You have to solve your own things in your own community. That's what I have on that.
Erzuli, what say you?
I think this was a waste of time of him trying to, every time he was trying to give an answer, do you see how the guy was trying to come up with his own answer?
Yep.
So he was not actively listening. You know how when there's psychology or therapy, so you have to be an active listener. Listen. No, he was not trying to listen. He was listening to answer, not listening to understand. This guy wasted his whole freaking time talking to people that don't care. It's just something to bring to TV to have ratings. Like every time he was trying to tell him this is and that and the third. He was trying to, when he said the smartest boy in Britain is a black person. You see how they went over that? They already know the answer. They're using you. It was a waste of time. Then what's his name? Then Dr. Clark Anderson said, you're gonna make your certain people, you can't change their mind. That was a waste of time, man. I feel the brother was, I know this, yeah, he is a mulatto. He's a biracial brother, but and I don't know, that was a waste of time. He didn't convince these people, because these people already know the answer. They know why there's crime in the community. They know what leads to a boy or a girl doing crime or doing prostitution. They know what they have to change. This makes me sad, man. This makes me sad.
Kevin Conrad, what say you?
D-Web said enough. Not D-Web, yeah, said enough, and I agree with Urzulism. Why do we have to keep going to these people? Why? We gotta solve our own problems. We keep complaining, and the problems keep persisting.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Yeah, I think Akala did an excellent job. I don't think that the conversation was about the both of them exchanging dialogue with one another. I think the conversation was really it was for the audience. That's the third person that sometimes is missing out of the conversation. And of course they know, both people them know that one person, they're ready to have their hard and fast opinions and belief. But what this black young guy was trying to do is he was trying to expose the white British audience in public, you know what I mean, to the realities of, see, the black people in the UK represent what, 1 million people? And they like, obviously they go to jail more, they go to the crazy house more, and they get abused more and mistreated more. So the argument is that these people are predisposed to these kinds of behaviors and activity. So when this guy comes on the air, and really his appeal is not to the white guy he's speaking to, his appeal is really to the British audience. And he really trying to get them to the point of cognitive dissonance. Because if the facts is that poor black British boys are doing so well statistically, if the facts is the smartest, most intelligent people, more so than the geniuses of their society, you have people living in poor communities who are doing so well, it becomes the issue of cognitive dissonance. Now you can't kill them. Now you can't, well, you could kill them, you could murder them, but you're going to still have some cognitive dissonance about your own brain, because the lie is being told out there in his community, blacks are predisposed to a particular thing. But it's interesting when he asked the guy the question, like when he asked the white guy the question, like, well, white men are more predisposed to molestation of children. You know what I mean? I like that question. That was an interesting question. How he was trying to answer that. And he said, well, I agree with you 100%. But really and truly, in essence, this argument really wasn't appealed to the person he was arguing with. It was really for the general British public. It was for
who's watching that though? Who's watching? You think people in the hood watching this dude? This
program, D-Web, this program is like, it's like NBC in America. Many people watch this program, especially
NBC. Who watches? I don't watch NBC. Most people I know don't watch NBC, bro.
I understand.
I'm from the hood, bro. I gotta break down to you, bro.
Yes,
I'm from the hood, bro. We don't watch NBC.
Yes,
so
yes,
so
sir.
The people you were talking about that seeing this and being exposed, we already know that. Are we in the streets? We don't watch this crap, bro.
I understand.
So they wouldn't even invite him if they knew he would break the matrix. If they knew this brother would come on and break the matrix, he would not. He'd be banned.
I agree.
He wouldn't be able to step in that studio. They just shut his mic off. You feel me?
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. You don't watch this, and people like you don't watch this, but you all represent the minority of American citizens.
I'm the majority of the people who will fight for you, though.
No, but I understand that, but I'm saying that you represent the minority of American citizens in his country. In his country, the hood dudes like you, of course they don't watch it, but they represent the minority.
That's who he's talking on. The people who disagree with him would not care. That's what I'm saying. This is white society he's appealing to, who don't care if black people in London knife each other to death. That's a bonus. That's a positive. You feel me? So he's wasting his time. Like Arzuli said, he's wasting his time, brother. It doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't even he wouldn't be there if he had a
Mr. Untouchable. What we're saying is that the people who's asking him these questions and all of that, they already know the reason.
Computers on.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I gotta reach.
Hello?
I think it's mic fucking. I think it's communication messing up.
Yeah. So just continue talking.
So what I'm saying is, the people who invited him on the show, they already know this. They know all of this. So it's a waste of time. You can't convince these people. Every time he was trying to say something real, you see how they cut him off to get their point across? He said this about, but what about this? When he said, well, isn't it true that the majority of, and he said, why you keep going on the fact that they black? They have their own agenda for that audience that's watching. You think the audience are going to listen to Akela? It's all a game. This just was a waste of time, bro.
I agree, brother. Like I said, it was a waste of time, yo. They wanted him to provide that little audience, that little back and forth. He didn't even acknowledge what he was saying. Like you said, he didn't acknowledge what he was saying. He just wants you to talk. He wants you there. They don't care what you're saying. And I've had back and forths, yo. It's crazy because I've had back and forths on social media, different platforms, where it's a white dude agree with me, and I have white dudes who be like, "Yo, this dude is talking, this dude is talking the truth or whatever." Like I understand, like he's talking to other black people, like, "Yo, as a white dude, I want to say this dude is talking the truth." Like they don't even want to listen to you. You feel me? Your blackness, they don't even want to listen to what you're saying. You feel me? And so it would take a white dude to even talk to us, like, "Yo, this dude's spitting facts," to even acknowledge you. And I kind of get that from this interview, man. Like they invite this dude on to talk, but they're not really hearing what he's saying. It don't matter what he's saying. He's there to be the opposition. He's there to be the villain of whatever they're saying. And it depends on what audience you're talking to. Like if I'm spitting truth, but I'm spitting it to a group of cultists who don't care what I'm saying, right? It doesn't matter what I'm saying. I could be spitting the most logical thing ever. It don't matter. And that's kind of how I feel with this interview, man.
Yeah. So you guys, if I'm understanding what you're saying too, you're also saying that even the black folks that he's trying to communicate this information to, they're not watching this shit to begin with. So you're just up there, you're trying to do something, but you're trying in the wrong place, so to speak. Is that y'all's take on it? Razuli.
Yeah, that's my take on it. It's like, if he was trying to educate the black people already know why they're in this predicament. There's no funding. There's no economic help. There's no educational help. Everybody, we suffer from mental health. We are angry. We already know what this is. But my person is this guy. Every time a Cali trying to talk, he's over talking him.
Yeah.
How is that a good conversation?
Mm-hmm.
You see it. Oh, he said, but Akali said, Akali, I don't know his name, but he said something about the kids. He said, but what about the black kids? Let's focus on the black kids that are stabbing each other with the knife. Why? And then he said, because it's a waste of time, bro.
So Mr. Untouchable, while his computer's restarting, he's in the chat. He says, I disagree. Both were actively presenting propaganda. Do you guys see the propaganda being presented to both sides? By both sides? Azuli.
What propaganda was the rapper? Because he's a rapper and a writer. What propaganda was he giving?
He was showing that he was talking about the intelligence of these black folks. He was talking about the fact of the racial emphasis when more crimes or more heinous crimes are being committed by white folks.
Well, how is that propaganda?
Race doesn't matter. Well, it could be seen that he's trying to open the minds of some people who might not have ever considered these things before, who are just going along being used by the European propaganda.
At the end of the day, most of these people, they have to be willing to empathize and sympathize with the black boys, and none of them are sympathizing with the black boys. Okay, let's keep it 100. They're gonna shut their TV and then keep on moving and still believing the same shit they were before they heard this.
Yeah, I agree, man. I agree with Arzuli's saying, man. Like, at the end of the day, it's depending on who's receptive to your message, man. I don't think who he's trying to reach is receptive to his message. I understand him trying to get it out or whatever. Like, that's cool, right? But you got to understand what you're walking into when you walk into those type of situations. I think it'd be far more valuable if you're actually come on KWAZ, bro, and talk to your people, you feel me, who are more receptive to your message and actually going to take it to heart and may actually do something about that, as opposed to where you're bringing that message to. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I think they invited him specifically to just be the villain in whatever narrative they're trying to play.
Mr. Untouchable is back. I'm going to give you the last word before we go to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 8 tonight.
Okay, I'll be quick. Like I say, I don't think that his appeal wasn't really for the black people in the audience. I think that he understands that the black people in the audience understands what he is saying completely. I think his appeal was to the greater white society, unfortunately, you know what I mean? Because these are people with power and influence and the ability to harm, hurt, punish, and reward. And I think that this was the appeal he was trying to make, was trying to humanize, or actually by giving the white audience who may not understand these kinds of things of the fact that we have contributed to their society, we have helped to make their society greater. You know what I mean? I think that was we look at it from the premise of these guys already had these questions ready for him, and these guys it's like he can be strategic as well, you know. And I think that on his end he was very strategic in what he was saying. Why? Because he was quoting facts, statistics, almost at the top of his dome, you know what I mean? And he was able to argue with these brothers, you know, and he was able to, I feel like he outclassed them in this argument. Anyone watching this argument would say that this dude, who looked like a hood dude, a regular hood dude from the hood, was able to outclass these well-dressed, well-educated British people with their own information. And I feel like that was the propaganda that he was, propagating to the white British society. I don't think it was for the poor. Well, I don't think it was for a black audience. I think his argument was really to appeal to the white audience. I may be wrong, just my opinion. Hello?
Yeah, does anyone want to counter that statement by Mr. Untouchable?
I think we already counted in the beginning. Like,
My thing, this is the counter. I don't believe that this is the problem with us. Why am I trying to? It's like you go to the bully and say, bully, I'm a nice guy. I respect you. Don't punch me in the face. What? These people are not, they know what they're doing. Why are we I mean, I'm not saying what he's doing. They didn't even let him talk, bro. They were over speaking while he was talking. So I couldn't even hear what he was saying. So imagine me as a brother trying to listen to him speak facts, but because I share something in common with him. I'm a black man, and I'm trying to live in a better world. I will listen to him. So if he's trying to talk, it was hard for me to listen to him talking because that other the commentator, the anchors, kept interrupting him. So what was the point?
And why do we have to always appeal to white society?
That's what I'm saying.
I've never seen a white boy go on TV One or fucking BT or whatever and try to appeal. They don't care. They don't care. Control your own. Who cares? Why we always trying to appeal to people, yo? It kills me. It's like I say, and I put a status up. I think I put something on Twitter, yo. I don't care what nobody thinks, yo, because at the end of the day, people are gonna hate you. Like, yo, why are we constantly appealing to other people who have proven they don't give a rat's ass about your opinion? It's so asinine to me, yo. They don't care what you think. Why are you bet? And it's a sign of weakness, yo. It is a big sign of weakness to try to appeal to people who have kicked your ass for 500 years or 1,000 years or whatever. However, whatever date you want to put it on, to sit here to appeal to them when they've never come on any of your platforms. We've never had David Duke want to come on KWAZ radio and want to appeal to black folks about why he's not a bad guy. It's never happened. Well, so why are you doing it? Why is it valuable to you? You feel me? I don't understand it, yo.
I feel you, but here's my position. I take the position where a position of I go to where the power is, the power dynamic is, you know, and unfortunately, this is the reality of things. You know what I mean? You know, in the West, by and large, a certain group of people hold and wield the most power. You know, and for me, I'm going to strategically put myself in a position, whether they like me or not, you know, because there are going to be some groups who have power who trying to get rid of me. There are going to be other groups who may have power who I could work with to strategically put myself in an advantageous position, especially if I don't make no guns, I don't make no bombs. I don't in my community we import almost 80 to 90% of all our food supply into this country from that same so-called power group. So I'm at a disadvantageous position. How I get here, you know, we could talk about that for days. But as it stands right now, I'm in a disadvantageous position. My community, I'm in a disadvantageous position. So for me, in trying to strategically get to an advantageous position, I'm going to put myself in the reins and the places of power. If the so-called white community say no, hell no to me, we ain't going to do shit for y'all, nothing whatsoever, then I can go to the Chinese. Why? Because they have put themselves in an advantageous powered position. So strategically, I'm going to align myself with them until I get in the position. See, I could talk a very nice conversation, a gleeful conversation about unification, how Africa is supposed to be all one and together, whatever. But I hear these discussions on YouTube, and YouTube being the world. But I hear how disassociated we are from one another, and in some respects don't want to have anything to do with one another. I'm working on that. But until I get to that place, I'm gonna put myself strategically in a position where I could be in the most advantageous position. Now, if that costs me have to work with people who may not necessarily care for me, but who ain't trying to get rid of me off of this planet, I'm going to do that. That's just me. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. You know, you could take it or leave it alone.
I'm saying, though, it's difference between going on their platform and begging for acceptance, and then here goes a bag, give me the guns. Right? Here goes a bag, give me this resource. Here goes a bag, give me this. We have to differentiate the media from the currency and the economics. And it's a big difference. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter. I watched what's this show? My ex put me on this show, man. Married at First Sight. And on Married at First Sight, it was this Asian guy, right? It was this Asian guy. The Asian guy married an Asian woman. They married him at first sight with his Asian woman, and his dad wouldn't go to the wedding. And the first thing when he talked to his dad asked him, "Yo, was the woman you married an Asian woman?" Nobody got off the rails. There wasn't a big media association about it. This is patently racist. He don't care nothing about if the woman is a good wife to him, if she has money, if she, you know what I'm saying? Is she Asian? The first thing he asks. I didn't see nothing on Reddit about it. I didn't, and it's mostly liberals who watch this show, right? You know what I'm saying? And so nothing about any of that. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't care, right? So we have to differentiate between the media, right? When you have a certain power hold, like you said, brother, and you don't care about what the media says. In fact, other demographics can be blatantly racist, which we seen here. Was like, was she an Asian woman? And he was like Chinese, and the woman was like Filipino. It don't matter. Was she an Asian woman, right? You don't see no backlash against this. You don't see no cancel culture. You don't see any of this. Yet this brother is on a white media platform begging from acceptance from a demographic who don't give a rat's ass if he living or breathing. And we calling that a power grab, right? We calling that something where I'm appealing to the power dynamic. No, you're not. The thing that appeals to the power dynamic is money, is a bag, is you being united and saying, yo, we got this money, give us this. We got this bread, we support this candidate who gonna do this. It's not appealing to these people's sense of what compassion, because they don't give a fuck about your compassion. They care about the bag and the power dynamic. So this to me isn't a power play, yo. This is begging. This is the same thing I talk about with the reparations, which I won't say in the mainstream media, but because white people would take that and run with it. But this is the akin to begging to accept me, begging to give me power, begging to see me as a human being. And I don't respect that, yo. I don't care about that, yo. I don't like it, yo. And that's all I got.
My thing I'm going to say about this is like, let's say this anchor was interviewing a woman who got sexually assaulted. Let's say he asked her a question, and every time she's trying to explain, he's going over and asking another question. Oh, They would have killed him. I'm not saying it's the same. I'm just saying this anchor was terrible. The reason why I feel this was a waste of time, he didn't even let him speak without being interrupted most of the time. So, like this is, it's like, oh, let me bring this person in, and like he didn't even, his name, he didn't even get to speak. The guy kept interrupting. That's my biggest, like, and then why are you going there? How many times? Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, I think we could say we'll agree to disagree on this one. I think good points were made on both sides, though. But ultimately, I do carry the idea that these white folks don't care, man. They just don't give a damn, to be frank. And so I get that. So let's move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8. Shoot the Breeze number 8. The topic is, what is the future of Pan-Africanism? What is the future of Pan-Africanism?
Hello, I'm Dynasty the Mayor. The future of Pan-Africanism. Yeah. In what direction? Where do you see it going? Like if you could paint, the future of Pan-Africanism and write it on paper.
I said before that we need to stop to speak always about our leader, our father, who fought before us. You see, the problem of many so-called Pan-Africanists is that they never do action. They never take risk. Never. The only Pan-Africanist is to speak about Lumumba, Sankara, Malcolm X, Khalid Mohammed, Garvey, and stop. They take children, okay? They take dashiki, and the Black Power Hotel. All praise due to our ancestors. And after they go to McDonald's, that's the problem. You understand? The problem is, I was put in jail 3 times for our political action. I was deported from an African country. African country. And my family knew so many risks about my work. But we know why we do that. We do that because if we don't take risk for our people will never be free.
Right.
And what we are doing with our organization is what all black people and wise black men and women must do in America on here. I have many deeply good friends in America. Sultan Muhammad was the grandson of Elijah Muhammad.
Okay.
He's a very good friend of mine. Okay. Malik Zulu Shebas, you know him. Maybe you're not a friend with him. I don't know, because I know that there is beef always in black organization and diaspora.
I don't get involved with the beef.
No problem. No problem. But he's a good friend. There is many people in that way who understand that we need to be united.
Yes.
You understand? And I know that if one of us take power in Africa, many things will be different.
Yes.
God is my witness. If today or if tomorrow I take power, you will be one of people who will bring many black Americans come back in Africa.
Yes.
God is my witness.
I receive
and
that.
It will come.
I can't wait.
It shall come.
Because tomorrow.
It shall come, yeah.
Anything in closing that you'd like to share with the black people in America, the diaspora, your brothers and sisters in America that would see this? Anything in closing you'd like to share with them?
Sister, I just want to tell you that we love you. You are probably, with all our people in Caribbean, the part of the real chosen people of the black nation. And because you know the devil more than anybody else, you know what is necessary to do and what is not necessary. And if you can unify with the other chosen people of our black nation who are in Africa, we'll do together a great work. And don't think that our people on the Mother Earth don't like you or love you. We deeply love you. We deeply respect you. I'm tired, I must be honest. I'm tired when I see too much bling bling, Jay-Z, hip hop, Dollar, Floyd Mayweather. I'm tired about that. Honestly, I must to tell you that. But the people who gave me the hope when I was a teenager, when I was in the streets in Paris. It was Khalid Mohammed, it was Marcus Garvey, and Behanza here. His work, of course. And for this reason, I have a debt. Debt.
You have a debt to debt. Yeah.
To our black nation, the part of the black nation in America.
I owe that.
Deeply debt. And I tell you one thing. One day we will build a statue. A statue of Dr. Khalid Mohammed, or Marcus Garvey, and all his brothers and sisters who gave their life for our people. We will build that here. Wow. Give us time. Let us rise politically. And we will do that. We will never be puppets of somebody. And we will fight definitely Western imperialism or Arabic imperialism or Chinese imperialism. Be sure that the self-determination of Africa will come in. It's now.
Last question, I promise. For those who say that Pan-Africanism is failing and or has failed.
They are so wrong, deeply wrong. My life is Pan-Africanism. Yeah, you know, if the Pan-Africanism wasn't in my life, probably I could go to prison, not for political action, you know.
Right.
But the story of our people, the story of our leader, the story of colonization, the story of our great kingdom gave me the hope to build another tomorrow. And Pan-Africanism is not fading. Maybe in diaspora, I deeply think too.
Okay.
That in diaspora, Pan-Africanism in diaspora is like basketball without ball. There is a moment, and I was in this way too, because I start revolutionary action in diaspora. I was put in jail by Sarkozy.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I was put in jail by François Hollande 2 times in France because they told that my political activity was too much dangerous for them. They banned 2 of my organization. Okay, and but at the period of time in my life, I said to myself, but how many years I would stay in Europe? I was born here. Yeah, I'm a so-called Afro descent, so-called. I was born in France. I grew up in Paris with Kylian Mbappe, footballer, Anelka, all these kind of brothers and sisters. But there is a period of time in your life where you ask you, where is your real place? And our real place is in Africa.
Yes.
Africa needs us,
yes.
And we need Africa. When I am with white people, they're all stressed. You know, there is no harmony.
Right.
But you know that because you come often here. Okay?
Yeah.
Here there is harmony.
Right.
That doesn't mean that everything is perfect. But there is harmony. Because it's a tune of humanity. It's here.
Yes.
And as a part of our people who had so much suffering outside need to come back.
Yes.
And to build here.
A lot of them, they don't want to come back. They think
no problem. They will come back when we take the power because they will say that wow, lifestyle in Africa is come back, and we will show them that they are right.
I just know the future of Black people. There's no future for Black people without Africa.
Definitely, and I think that if I must,
that's why I'm here so much.
One of my biggest difference about with, for example, Nation of Islam, I started is the Nation of Islam.
That they want to build in America.
Yeah, but Black states in America doesn't make sense for me.
Right.
Because it will never happen. Right?
Okay.
If it can happen, that's Donald Trump who gives them that.
Right.
You know, but we will not have more worst than Donald Trump, and never American president will give a state for Black nation. Never, never. The real prophecy of separation is to come back in Africa. The Black states that Elijah Muhammad, Mustafa Muhammad, Marcus Garvey, Noble Drew Halley, and the other was talking about is Africa. Yeah. Even if they didn't know that at this time, it's Africa. Here's the real new Black states, African Union, United States of Africa. It will come in. It's not a dream.
Many will say, well, white supremacy has taken over Africa, so why like AFRICOM? So why leave America? That's what
honestly, in the biggest city, there's no wrong. The people you see in Senegal, it's the purpose of white supremacy. And the rights, there is many Black people or so-called intellectual. Why is that way? But when you go to the village, you say village in English?
Yeah, village.
Village, when you go inside the poor people, you understand that the real Africa is always here.
Yes.
And that they have the real Africa.
Yeah.
You know, the brainwashed of Africa who speak when they see white people, oh my God, all praise due to God.
Give me, hey, I appreciate it, brother. Nice to meet you.
Deeply happy to see you.
Yes, brother.
And I wish that we would be able to work together.
Absolutely.
Okay? Because it's necessary for our people.
Yes.
Okay? Take care,
brother.
You, brother.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Yeah. Very nice. Bon, j'espère que mon anglais n'était pas trop dramatique. Hein?
Yeah, we're gonna.
Yes, indeed. We've talked about Semi on the show before. Kemi on the show before. Mr. Bobby Wright in the chat said Kemi Seba is a dedicated brother. Bibi Rodriguez says, my question is, how is Pan-Africanism supposed to work when regionally, i.e. West African nations, can't forge alliance? FYI, CARICOM had virtual summit last summer. West African nations was not present. She then says, first off, we, the descendants of the trafficked West Africans, cannot come back until West African nations atone properly. She says, CARICOM, they were not present at CARICOM summit hosted by Barbados. Ironically, we are descendants of West Africa, and they aren't advocating for real alliance. With that said, let's go to Kare this time. Kare, what did you take from this video in terms of this prompt? You know, the future of Pan-Africanism. What did you take from it? Was it inspiring or not?
Yeah, well, I like what he said the last. He says the future is Africa, and we have to go back.
Yeah.
Look what's going on in this country. You know, they don't want us here anymore. They're doing everything in their power to irritate us, to either do something irrational so they can exterminate us, or just really keep pushing you to the left. You know, we have this new group of people coming in. We got the illegals from the south. We got the Afghanis from the east coming in. We don't need you guys anymore. You know, we have to stop wasting our time here and start communicating with our people all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I digress.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
No, I think it was a beautiful conversation, you know, and I also think that he was right. He said that when people talk about Pan-Africanism, Pan-Africans, you know, wear dashikis and have this whole type thing, and he looks at it as taking action. It's an act. It's a goal, eventual goal, but you got to get off your butt and actually do something. Mm-hmm. And for Bebe Rodriguez, who was suggesting that Pan-Africanism has not worked or can't work in Africa, I would only say that Pan-Europeanism works well in Africa, you know, and if Pan-Europeanism could work so well in Africa, why can't Pan-Africanism? They are Africans. So it seems like it would make the most logical sense that you should promote Pan-Africanism because Pan-Europeanism works so well. You know what I mean? In Africa and outside Africa and everywhere else. So I would just suggest trying something new, you know, since we practice Pan-Europeanism so well.
BB asked a question, go back to what? Mr. Untouchable, I'm throwing that to you.
Oh, I mean, listen, some people suggest that, you know, some countries in Africa was founded by some even Americans, you know, Sierra Leone and Liberia. I mean, I understand that some people don't want to start over, you know, some people just don't want to do it, but for some people who have the vision to do it, you know, I think that is something that is feasible. And it's not me just saying this. Thousands of diasporans have already left the West and are going. Isn't this ain't me talking this? They are actually going back to Africa to do the things that they need to do because there is a shortfall. And I feel like Africa's children needs to come home. We are the shortfall for Africa. You know, and I would only suggest when you say go back to what, go read how Europe underdeveloped Africa. You know, I feel like the universe, you know, knew what it was doing, you know, by let me don't go there. But I just feel like Africa children needs to come home to bring up that shortfall, you know, for us to get back to what we once was in this world, whether people want to admit that or not. And as far as the atonement of Africans, I don't know. I don't know. I have seen the Ghanaian chiefs apologize for slavery. I have seen Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Liberia, you know, giving away land, you know, or offering land and offering citizenship to people who could prove that they were, I guess, had tribal connections to their different countries. I've seen this. And the Sierra Leoneans don't give away land to no one if you're not black or part of their own nation or whatever. So I've seen them taking steps to do things to so-called atone for the transatlantic slavery. I don't know because I haven't seen the steps what Africa has taken already. I do not see Europe doing in the UK. I have not seen the United States have done yet. So when you talk about atonement, I don't know what you're talking about, sister.
Mr. Azuli, what say you to this prompt? You muted. All right, let's go to D-Web. D-Web, what say you?
I think it's a bunch of bullshit, bro. To address, I think it's Mr. Untouchable who said that America don't want black people anymore. I firmly disagree. Nobody's winning you gold medals. Nobody's making you the prime chief main focus of the exportation of media, music, etc. outside of black folk. So I have no doubt that they want black people here. They do not want to kick you out. They want to dominate you, right? But you know what I'm saying? This is a media problem we are facing, yo. And I go back to the tribalism thing, yo. We gotta stop it, yo. It has to stop at some point, yo. Nobody tells Bahamians, nobody tells Jamaicans, nobody tells Haitians that they need to go back to Africa and make a point of being there in order to be uplifted to this point of relevance. So you have to stop doing it, bro. I don't care if you don't even agree with it. I could say, if you say like, yo, y'all black people in America need to get the fuck about it and get to Africa. To be honest with you, you don't want 85% of these people in Africa anyway, because they're fucking useless. But you have to stop making that a point, yo. It has to stop being the main point, yo. They can talk shit about me, whatever y'all want, bro. It has to stop being the main point, yo, because you're not gonna win that battle, yo. And that is why the ADOS keeps growing. That is why these different groups keep growing. That's why the We Are Natives groups keep growing. Is because you keep pushing this narrative that these black folks ain't shit in America unless they go back to Africa. Meanwhile, they're watching Nigerians and different fucking communities in Africa try to get to America to achieve whatever goals they want to. You're not going to win that battle. D-Web says it. Call me whatever you want to call me. You're not going to win that battle, yo. It has to stop. So you need to build bridges, bro. You have to build bridges with the nationalists, bro. You have to do it, bro. It has to stop, Goku, bro. You know what I mean? I love y'all to death, man, but it has to stop because it's not going to work. You see the writing on the wall. If you want Pan-Africanism to continue, you have to acknowledge Black Americans as a culture group, and you have to build with them, yo. Some of these people have zero desire to want to go back. And honestly, you should have zero desire to want them to go back because they are fucking useless. You feel me? So you have to start to recognize what's going on and adapt, yo. We have to be visionaries, man. We have to stop this, yo. It's stupid. This diaspora war is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life, yo. It's crabs in a barrel fighting each other, yo. And it makes me sick to my stomach. You have to adapt. You don't want half these people there. Half these people don't want to be there. That's fine. Build with them. Okay? Africa's going to be the next consumer hub. They are the only place in the world right now. The only place in the world with a growing population. They have to get to Africa in order to sell their bullshit goods, man. Be visionaries, man. See what the hell is going on. Stop going off ego. Man, it's making me so frustrated, bro. Because I see what's going to happen. And it's so stupid, bro. It's so stupid. Stop it, bro. We can build with each other, but this dumbass diaspora war shit has to stop, bro. And I appreciate the brother he even said it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's mostly a media type of deal where they're trying to divide us at the same time, bro. Your melanated ass, it don't matter. It don't matter what your nationalism is, what your ethnicity, where you come from, bro. You're a black man at the end of the day, bro. We need to build with each other. I've never seen Chinese people arguing whether they're Chinese American or Chinese born in African or they're Chinese born in America. No, we're going to do business with each other. I don't care. So Pan-African is kind of the same thing to me, yo. And y'all see where it's going, right? You see where it's going. Just acknowledge the Black Americans. That's all they want. Acknowledge whatever the hell they doing, and let's do business with each other, bro. Like, stop the bullshit, man.
In the chat, the learning curve says we have to go there with Mr. Untouchable, with Mr. Untouchable's techniques applied in a benevolent way with our dictator. Bibi Rodriguez says, "Sir, we are sabotaged in Sierra Leone and Liberia." KW Don 7 says, "If you don't want to go to Africa, just stay in America. Continue fight for voter rights bills and getting your ass kicked." Bobby Wright says, "A number of nations grant citizenship." That brother Dynasty Mayor, who was talking to Kemi, just took diasporans to Sierra Leone. BB responds to KW Don 7 saying, "Abs, and you go back and deal with jealousy and juju." Okay, BB, that's uncalled for. Trigger Happy 262 says, if repatriation isn't the solution, what would be the solution for those in the diaspora? Like, what would be the nationhood model? The learning curve says, how can you be powerful if your government is against you? Trigger Happy 262 says, another question. It is posed that African Americans as a cultural group, which they are, but wouldn't it also be the case that many African Americans want to be Americans? Mm-hmm.
I don't. That
Bibi Rodriguez says, shaking my head. Dr. Amos Wilson said, that's the problem. If we are not producers and builders, we will never capture power and financial success. Last chat message says from Trigger Happy, what is the collective consciousness to ready for nation building? BB says, forgive me, Koku. My husband tells me to behave myself. I'm sure he does. Go ahead, Mr. Untouchable.
I don't want all people in the West to go back to Africa. I only want African children to go back to Africa. Wow. America's children, whether they black, white, or yellow, should stay in America. And the British children should stay in England, whether they white, black, or whatever. I only want, and the Caribbean as well. I want Africa's children to go home to rebuild Africa if they could. The Africa's children who wants to stay in America, we should form links and do what we need to do to build business. We could do business across waters if your will is not to return back to Africa. But I believe that Africa's children should return home to Africa, whether they are in the Caribbean or in America or in England. I do not want all black people in the West to go back to Africa. Let me make that very, very clear, because it would be a tragedy. Only Africa's children who are forward thinking, who want to do certain things that's good for the country, and for Africa's children who wants to stay in the West because they have their families there, but they still want to communicate and have good relationships and link with Africa, no problem. But I certainly, in the Caribbean, in some of these Caribbean countries, nah, I don't want all black people in the Caribbean to go back to Africa, neither America, neither Canada, or Latin America. These people are the West children. You know, they are children of the West. Even some Africans, I want them to go to the West because they are the children of the West. We saw Bukasa the other day. What he said, he was only impressed with all things French. You need to go to France and live in French society and do what's best for the French. We don't want you in Africa. You're not good for Africa and everyone who thinks like you. But for Africa's children, I want them to return, not every African brother. And this is the mistake that people make about Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey never wanted all Africans or black people in the West to return to Africa. That was never his wish.
The learning curve asks the question, does Africa have white children?
Africa has many white children. And when I say white children, well, white for me is I use that as an adjective, you know, because white could mean black, white could mean yellow, white could mean Indian and Asians. Why can we have many pan-Europeans on the continent, just like we have many pan-Europeans in the West, many pan-Europeans in the Caribbean. What do? They send their children to British schools, the best British schools. When they have relationships with one another, they go to Becky, they patronize European restaurants. When they go to schools, they ensure that their children learn European language. They are pan-Europeans. They practice pan-Europeanism. I'm trying to get away from that. I practice it myself. I'm guilty of practicing pan-Europeanism myself because I go into a British school and etc. But I'm trying to get away from that because I've been to these places and I know I don't belong there. So I always thought to myself, something is wrong with this picture. So to get a better perspective on things, I had to go into myself, return to self, and you will understand the world a little bit better. But for me, like I say, I think that Africa's children need to be a part of expansion and doing things like every other person on this continent, on different continents have done in their own way to advance in their continent and societies, etc.
BB Rodriguez says we are 350 million descendants scattered around the Caribbean and Europe and America. Where is this West African declaration to us to rebuild us, to make us whole again?
Man, yo, why does you think every African that's in the diaspora is from West Africa? Or anyway, you know what I'm saying? I've made this point long ago, yo. It cannot just be melanation that makes it a point for unity, bro. Like, that's why I said, like, you need some kind of spiritual system or something like that. You cannot just be like, you black, you part of this. Because honestly, you will end up like most black leaders in that situation, destitute. Matter of fact, let me bring that back. You either end up dead or destitute in some third world country or first world country for that matter, without any support, yo. That's not what matters, yo. It's just your mind state. And I agree with Mr. Untouchable. It's your mind state. Leave half these niggas here. Like,
Right.
Why are you fighting to bring them? Leave them here, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if you are a capitalist, you see where things are headed. So why not use that to come up to further your lineage? You feel me? So I'm kind of on a different thinking level, yo. I don't know what it takes or whatever, but I don't think the uniting factor can be just because you black, you part of this culture, or you part of this mindset, or you're part of you know what I mean, this nation that you're trying to build. It doesn't matter, because there's plenty of people who are darker than me who have a European mind state, like Mr. Untouchable was saying.
Absolutely, bro.
So you cannot just say because you are black. And if you read Destruction of a Black Civilization, it will teach you this.
Yes, sir.
It will teach you this. Everybody that look like you ain't your family, bro.
They are not your brothers. Absolutely. Not everything.
It needs to stop, yo.
Yes, sir.
That's what I am firmly a coalition builder, right? Because if you want to stay here, if you want to stay in Jamaica, if you want to stay in Haiti, that's cool. Bring your money here. Bring your bread here. When you vacation, come here. Like, we're trying to build an economy. Come here.
Let's do business.
Let's do business. I'm not trying to be your family, bro.
Yes,
because honestly, half these Negroes will turn you in and trade you in bag,
absolutely. You know, like you say, bro.
Stop that bullshit, bro. We need to stop trying to build everybody because they brownish.
No, no, like you said earlier, he was talking about focusing on the 15%, and that is true. You know, and Pan-Africanism, we have never been in the majority. We've always been a very small minority, you know. But like I said, with brothers who have a good mindset, you know, right thinking brothers, I don't mind. They don't have to ever come to Africa. That's not not everybody's goal. Yeah, you know I mean? But if I know my brother from Chicago, no, you in Miami, Florida right now, I could go to him. You know what I mean? I could get a phone call and me and him could do business across the seas. He don't have to have my goal, but we could still work together. Yeah, because he have my mindset. You know what I mean? So it's all good. It's all good, man. But like you say, I do not want all Negroes in the West. No. Like my Gabi say, some brothers are no good in America. So what makes me think they're gonna be any good in Africa? No way.
As we welcome back Uzuli, let me just read a couple of comments from the chat. KW Don 7 says, anyone who is mired in diaspora wars or gender wars has folded to white power and will be no use to Africa. Trigger Happy 262 says, like, what is the plan to build the African-centered people to go back to Africa when that's a super minority in the African world? BB Rodriguez says, JB, you need to sit down. You're a whole descendant of the enslaved West African living in America. What are you talking about? Your family been here over 4,000 years. I don't know who's JB. Trigger Happy says, I still don't think my question got answered, by the way. Is that the question on nation building? We can go back to it. BB says, coalition to what, Ghana? She says, coalition to what? Boy, punctuation is important. Ghana is looking for investment only, not alliance. They can't even keep their brain drains from leaving. Uzuli, what say you?
Like I said, I'm not too enthusiastic about the Pan-African people, to tell you the truth, to unite. I mean, we can, like you guys said, like-minded people or whatever, but I'm not too confident in the people down over there. I'm on this YouTube, what I hear the youth is saying, and these other people are saying, I'm not too confident. And I have grown to a different theory. Like, I believe that a lot of us are from here, so I don't have to go over there to deal with y'all. If we like-minded people, we could connect. Like-minded people to be economically powerful, we could be in a different place. We don't have to be. I don't have to go back there because they tried that. Liberia. Look what happened to Liberia. So I don't know, man. I mean, what the brother was saying on the video, it sounds nice. Oh, we have to do this, we have to do that, but he's in the minority. Just the thing that the last week, the freaking Ariel, the singer went there and trying to big up Ghana. The whole African nation shitted on her. Not all of them, but a lot of people was getting on her because she was talking about how Ghana is beautiful, how she want to repatriate. So I don't know, man. I don't know about this Pan-African thing. So, but I understand if mentally we could synchronize if we believe in the same thing. I believe in that. So, but I don't know.
Trigger Happy 262 asks. He says the nation building question, the nationhood model question, and the questions about whether African Americans are expendable, since most African Americans want to be American. And I think that question, that that last part of the question there, I think that leads to what D Webb thoroughly dislikes, which is the want to try to save more people, because there's a difficulty in saying, nah, they're just fodder for the cannon, So to you guys on the panel, are the African Americans who prefer being just American, are they expendable?
Nah, man, I don't think you should even say that, yo. Because like I said, once again, that's just further the divide, yo. Like I said, you never say this from Jamaica, which Jamaica has a history of where mulattoes are elevated above the black people, bro. Like, but you never hear anybody say, yo, you Negroes in Jamaica need to leave. Like, I think that just furthers the divide. Let the African Americans be African Americans. Don't disparage them. Don't talk shit about them as opposed to any other nation. We just talked about Haiti, where half their leaders getting smoked from Colombians. You feel me? So it needs to stop, yo. Let the African Americans be African Americans. Not to mention they're going to hold a chip on their shoulder because they're in that land where it pays to come over here as an immigrant or whatever and come up with, they've already had classes where Africans come over here and they tell you to avoid congregating as an African with African Americans. You're just furthering what they're doing, yo. Let them do what they do. Like I said, half of these people, you don't want them there anyway. Build your coalition. Stop the whole rhetoric. Stop the I am holier than thou. My brain is bigger than you. Yo, you African Americans just want to be American. Joe, let them do what they do. When you want a vacation, come to Tanzania, bro. Spend your money here, yo. When you want to go out, when you want to do anything, when you want to move or repatriate, come here or whatever and do what you want to do. Stop this whole we are holier than thou thing, because it's just not gonna work, yo. If you can read the writing on the wall, you see what's about to happen, yo. You have to adapt accordingly, yo. You have to play war. You have to play chess. You have to think three moves ahead, yo. And I don't think the Pan-Africans are doing that, yo. You trying to compete with these people when you don't need to compete with them. You feel me? All you need to do is say what you need to say. And yo, if you want to spend money, build this coalition with us, yo. I don't see the need for this whole vitriol that I'm seeing, yo. It's ridiculous to me.
Trigger Happy 262 said earlier that mentally synchronizing is Pan-Africanism, dog. The Learning Curve says, I kind of think they want African Americans to come because we have money and knowledge. Trigger Happy 262 says, when we say African American, is this aspiring to be American, or is this aspiring to be your own cultural group with your own unique name? Understanding the latter part, wouldn't that require a nationalist analysis and consciousness? A new name and strengthening of your cultural group requires that you don't want to be a white settler colonial name.
Yo. Let me address that real quick. Why you going Goku, bro? I have brought this up. And that's why I don't go into these fucking what they call them? These spaces, right? I have aspired to tell these people, like, instead of begging for politicians to give you what you want, yo, you need to nationalize. You could be a nation within a nation. The Native Americans have shown you the blueprint, right? I'm in Florida. The Seminoles just signed a $1.2 billion deal to be like the face of the casinos here and whatnot. You could be a nation within a nation. And instead of begging politicians to take your agenda, you can sue a whole nation, right? You can sue another nation for what you think is your just due, correct? And that's gotten shut down. Like, people have not even accepted that as a way to go about their goals or whatever. So I have even stopped. I've stopped completely going into these rooms and stopped talking to these people to these extent. But what he's saying is correct, yo. Like, you don't have to beg the politicians. I think that's what gets the disrespect, yo. You can nation within a nation, and on top of that, if you confederize as a nation, right, you can also vet who goes into your nation. I can't just say I'm a Seminole. I can't just say I'm a Navajo, right? Somebody has to vet me, right? African Americans, there's no vetting. You can be from Africa, you can be from any nation in the world and say you're African American because you're brownish and nobody's going to question you. These people have no vetting process because they're not recognized, because they're not within a nation. And when I bring that up to these people, it just goes right past them, yo. They don't see any other avenue outside of begging politicians for their goals. So that's why I say you don't want half of these people even there where you're at if you're trying to build a Pan-African nation, because they can't even see the forest behind the trees. You feel me? So instead of straight ostracizing these people, why not, yo, like I said, you want a vacation, you want to build money, you want to invest, here goes where we at, instead of pushing this whole narrative. And that's all I gotta say.
Trigger Happy 262 says, I don't know about the Native Americans. They basically in concentration camps, if we keep it at a buck. Not a good model to look at. He goes on to say, But if you mean nation within a nation, I think that's more Republic of New Africa and the Free the Land folks. Again, that's why I asked a nationhood model question. That's the foundation of this. BB Rodriguez says, JB, the only worthy POV you shared tonight. Dr. Amos Wilson would agree. Who's JB? Okay. Erzuli, what's up?
Yo, I don't know, man. I just think, how long we've been spewing this Pan-African stuff? I haven't seen it work, but like I said, people with the same mentality, if we want to make it work, I guess you could synchronize our belief system, our economic system, and make it work. But like, I think we need to stop the because I'm a foreigner. Technically, I'm not what you consider a United States African American, but I am an American because the Caribbean is in America. But what I'm saying is, we need to stop that the division. Oh, you're better. Oh, you're better than I'm better than you because I'm from. My parents are from Africa. We are better. Or oh, I'm Black American. I'm better than you because you came here by boat. We need to stop that whole division. And then when we fix that, then maybe we could sit at the table and be like, we could work together. But I don't know. It's a hard topic, man. The Pan-African stuff. But
all right, let's move on to prompt number 9. Prompt number 9 tonight is bedroom colonialism the new form of subjugation of the Black race? Right? Is bedroom colonialism the new form of subjugation of the Black race? This comes with a video, I believe.
Most of the women come to Jamaica for the dreads, the rasta of it, the the black beautiful men. That's really most of the concept. We treat women with respect, as goddesses, as women, as princesses, as queens, and that's why we are known to be lovers of art. They're running away from all that 9 to 5, that snow, traffic jams. They're down here to find people that they want to meet. People do come down here uniquely to get laid, which back home, as you know, it's not something that you can do that freely, or you don't have that free, let loose attitude about you to just walk up to somebody and say, how are you doing today? Do you want to go to bed? Here, it's kind of easier.
Attract what is commonly known as rental dreads. And rental dreads are the contemporary Jamaican version of the old-time gigolo. They prey on women, on the women's emotional, needy side, and attract the woman, compliment her, seduce her, lead her to believe that she is their one and only, when in fact, they may have had another woman the week before, and as this current woman boards the plane, they'll be greeting another woman coming off the next plane. There's no real genuine feeling. It's just a question of the women are filling a need for these men in terms of material need.
Folks that come down here, more percentage are educated and, of course, with a little bit more money, which a lot of these individuals down here don't have the privilege to get that money side of it going. And the women do throw their money around. I mean, money is power, and it does a lot of things for people. And if you got the money, you can call me honey, and it ain't funny.
The white ladies that comes to Dominica or to the Caribbean islands, I think some of them has all the way of looking at a black man or the getting to know besides visiting the sites and the beauty of the country. I think in their mind they have something else. You know, you give them the touch about the place and so on, and then they feel very flexible or comfortable with you, and then things happen. They would like maybe to experience maybe the nightlife with you, you know, go out and have some party dance, and maybe then there is thoughts and feelings that come into each other's minds, and then you know you could practice them, you know. You end up getting an extra tip because of your the way that you behave, you know, and the way you do things, and how you present yourself. Yes, indeed.
The white American tourists represent for all these young men hope, aspiration, achievement. You are the people who I see on TV. If I can have you in my arms, I belong. I'm almost like I'm on TV, you know. And I think that's a very big part of why that attraction. Of course, it pays, and that's a little gravy, you know. But these guys are yearning more than they're earning, and they're earning because they're yearning.
I don't want to sound anyway bad or anything, but I've heard a woman, not a woman, many women said to me, once you go black, you can go back. Lots of different things. I don't know how funny it is. And they heard that, you know, black men tend to possess this huge male section, you know what I mean? I'm serious. And lots of women really come, sometimes they're like, it's really true, out of curiosity, out of sometimes, you know, you're a bad guy and it's not true, but it's always the curiosity to find out. And I can't speak for everyone, but it's practically true.
The long locks and, you know, the virility, the masculinity, the muscular physical physique combined with the locks was, in a sense, a combination of the yin and the yang, the masculine and the feminine, visually.
I don't know what women fascinate about those dreadlocks so much, but this is this wildness, probably. The strongness and the wildness, this complete masculine energy. Maybe it's just symbolized by the dreads. So, yeah, they have always good chances here with the women.
I also feel like the Caribbean guys have a lot more energy than the guys in the colder countries like Europe. Well, physical energy more or less, be it sexually or other ways, you know.
Yeah, for real.
They also have, some of them have that same mentality. I think it's true, you know.
Yeah. There's some truth about it.
Because
you know
the way that we would have ourselves in the forest, you know, and do certain things. The guys on them, I mean, from the Europe or whatever, the guys they custom with would be a little more, you know, softy in the way we handle the things.
Yeah, we will do it differently.
We'll do it a little more, you know, a little more rough and you know,
yeah.
a little more energy.
A little bit more jungle style.
Yeah.
You can say so.
Some Jamaican men claim that it is easier to get these women into bed than they can get their Jamaican women. It's easier. Jamaican women grew up in the fundamentalist Old Testament Christianity and so on, and they're supposed to protect the sanctity. The women that come to have fun tend to want to have fun.
The difference between the white women and the black women, they are not so open-minded. The locals that we have here, the black locals, they're not so open-minded. They have a fear of something that I cannot explain. If I meet a foreigner and I maybe want to hug her or kiss her, it's not a problem. And this is inside of me, you know, I feel free to do that. I feel more comfortable and more flexible with a foreign woman or a white woman. I've been to France, Canada. I've been a little bit to the French Caribbean islands as well, Antigua, and I like it. Where I loved it the most is in France. I lived with a woman for over 3-4 years. It's one that I met on this island, and she lives in France. She made me discover a lot of nice things that I never thought that I would maybe ever discovered on my own, because of my culture, because of where I live,
There can be cases where these young black virile Jamaican youth can have with expatriate women fulfilling sincere relationships. They can be intended, but they both parties have to go beyond so many layers of baggage and things for it to be real. It's a serious challenge. If they meet as, the tourist comes down and the guy on the street or the guy that work and so on, trust me, it's gonna be difficult because he's part of our package, of our holiday package. She's part of his earning, and they will not be able to get beyond that.
It's a unique culture, a unique feeling, a unique love. So wherever they come, whenever they come, they are welcome all the time.
Yes, indeed. Trigger Happy 262 and the Matron both said this is not a new tactic. Has been a tactic to get into cultures and gain power and later colonize such nations. Interpersonally, it's reflective of white hegemony. KW Don 7 says modern day bed bucking. The Learning Curve says we lie so well. The WGN, White Girl Network. Bobby Rodriguez says, so when all the natural resources have been tapped and human capital have been exhausted, our people have been cornered into sexual exploitation market, yet people will fight against reparations to repair. The Learning Curve says, I met a guy online, and his theory is that white people that are not competitive in white society make concubines of black people. They know their genetics will go on. They know they are trash in this life. Bobby Wright says, Coco, we may need to vet some of these videos. Did the feed stop again today? The Learning Curve says sex. Oh, I know what he's talking about. Yeah. Some of that zooming in was just out of place and wrong and churlish. The Learning Curve says sex is colonization. 90 Day Fiance shows it every week. She says black people keep playing into this over and over again. Kevin Carre, that one should hit a little bit home for you there, right?
Well, the part of the island I'm from the south. That's more like the north coast of Jamaica. The only time I've been there was when my airplane stopped off on Montego Bay and we flew to Kingston. But I've never, where I lived there, you rarely saw white people come around there.
Okay.
So yeah, that's I only found about that when I first got to America.
So the question is, bedroom colonization the new form of subjugation of the black race? What are your thoughts, Karen?
We've always been sexually exploited. This is nothing new. This is just two consenting adults. That's all it is. Well, I digress.
D-Web, what say you?
I mean, I agree with Kyrie. It's actually nothing new. I seen some documentary a long time ago where they have like these old European women have sexual tours of Africa, where they basically just go to Africa and get their rocks off. This is nothing new. Like we're basically recycling what's we've been known for decades and whatnot. So I don't really see the point. I don't see any benefit in rehashing these symptoms other than your people rejecting these advances. You seen the brothers in the video. They knew what was going on, right? Yet they still participate in what's going on. You feel me? So it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. If your people as a whole accept what's going on, if they accept the subjugation, if they accept being used as tools of sexual gratification, then it doesn't matter. It's like, okay, you finna accept what's going on. It doesn't really matter. Matter of fact, half these people are trying that is it's seen as a symbol of getting on. It's seen as a symbol of coming up, where you get an American woman, whether it be an old white woman who can't even give you any babies or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's seen as a symbol of you coming up to be able to gather one of these people to bring you to America, or bring you to the UK, or bring you to whatever they consider their first world country, and have you as their mate. You know what I'm saying? Now you're on as that person. And so until we change the culture of how we see each other, until we change the culture of how we are being used, until we change that culture of how we view each other, it really doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? So yes, bedroom colonialism has always been here, and it will continue to be here as long as we accept it.
In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 says this will ultimately still be present because sex also comes with power. The people with power are the ones who get sex easily. A white man has said to walk into Kenya and have sex with 40 women. This man had AIDS, and his disease affected the married Kenyan woman and their husbands. As long as we are still colonized and have a low racial esteem, there will be our people who will open their legs. He says a white man is seen as the guy with money, and a white woman is seen as a sex symbol and status. Mr. Untouchable, I'll give you the last word on this one.
I'll be quick. Like I say, for me, when I see this video, this is a representation of me of a bunch of black pan-Europeans whose only interest is to mess with white women and get a free trade ticket to Europe, any part of France or America or whatever. This is their goal in life and ambition. And if they have to use their sexual member to fulfill that goal, it is what it is. But this is why I say Pan-Africanism or perish. You know what I mean? Because it seemed to me like these brothers stuck in a quandary. You know, it's like the only thing that I could contribute or give a benefit to this life is my sexual member. But what if I get sick? What if that don't work no more? Then I should shoot myself in the head. You know what I mean? It's like they don't have no knowledge, which is fine. You know what I mean? These brothers, like I say, these brothers them can party because you see this all throughout the Caribbean.
Mm-hmm.
These brothers can party and have a good time, and if that's their goal and ambition, then so be it. But for me and mine, and like I say, right thinking people, it's bigger than this. This is not what the black man is supposed to be, and for me, it's bigger than this. And you don't gonna catch me in a Becky box. You know what I mean? As far as satisfying myself for the rest of my life, no way. I'll pass on it.
Mm-hmm.
Can I make a point too? There's a part that it was really pretty sad. It's like watching, you know, when you go to the zoo and you're watching people throw scraps at monkeys or whatever. When the guy says, "Oh, we are tipped extra for behaving," or
yeah. Mm-hmm.
That was, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm sorry if I seems quiet. I didn't want to say a certain. I don't want to get your thing in trouble, but it kind of pissed me off, man.
Mm-hmm.
They look defeated.
Yeah, it stood out. I guess Ozuli left. I'm just gonna go straight into Shoot the Breeze, topic number 10, the last topic for tonight, which is: did Rihanna disrespect Black Americans by posting a picture of MLK showcasing urban American culture? This also came with a video. Let's check it out.
First things first, let me give a special shout out to all the subscribers, to all the viewers, and to everybody that comes to the Picture channel to make sense out of nonsense. Now, Rihanna has disrespected an American icon. Rihanna has disrespected the late great Martin Luther King Jr. On her Twitter page, she posted a picture that was her background of the late great Martin Luther King Jr. wearing golden grills in his mouth and earrings in his ears. Now, I find that highly disrespectful as well, and the Black American population is roasting Rihanna and calling for her cancellation. Now, this stems from the fact that Black Americans, the ones who are descendants of slaves and the ones who are AKA fundamental Black Americans, find this very offensive. The reason why they find this offensive is because a lot of these people's ancestors were directly in the midst of the Jim Crow era, in the midst of segregation, and fought for freedom and rights. So they felt as if Rihanna, being a non-fundamental Black American, came to America and benefited off of all that the Black Americans fought for. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and all these other guys. And the fact that she would disrespect the leader by putting gold teeth on him with earrings in his ears that represents sort of a ghetto hood person. They're very disappointed in Rihanna. Now, this thing stems from way back when, where the African American population has always been very defensive of their image. Now, when the immigrants started coming to America and they started taking odd jobs and they started doing things that the Black Americans thought was underneath them, and we didn't understand the history of the rift between Black and white in the United States, we would just take the jobs and they would be upset and say, why would you take that job? That's above you. And the Black immigrants had no choice because the Black Americans wasn't the ones controlling the economy. They wasn't the ones controlling businesses. So they could not have put the immigrants in a place where they were supposed to be, but they were still making these claims that the jobs were below them. So the immigrants said, hey, you can't tell me that I need a job to feed my family. And the immigrants saw that in the ghettos of America, a lot of the Black Americans were doing drugs, selling drugs, and doing things that were unproductive. Together with the American media, the racist media that existed, and the racist government that existed in the United States, they painted the Black American as lazy, abusive, and all the above. So any immigrant that came to the United States didn't want to be associated with this type of a stigma. This is why there was the so-called separation, where people claim who they was, where they're from, showed their flags, and made sure that they were distinguished from the native Black American culture because of the stigma that they were given. So this made a rift where the natural-born Adios, descendants of slave Black Americans, FBAs, believe that the Caribbean immigrants that were Black were actually acting that they were better than the Black Americans, which wasn't the case. With what the media did, the hit job that the media did on the Blacks in America, nobody of no culture was coming and trying to associate with the American Black population because of the hit job that was done on their image. So the Black immigrants used to come and they used to try to fall back and they used to tell their kids, don't do this, don't hang out with them, because it seemed like it was either they were doing drugs involving gangsterism and all the above. So this is where the stigma came from, where they say that Black people are lazy in America. They don't like to work. They like to stay in the ghetto and get welfare from the government. Now, you can say that Black Americans are owed reparations, which is a fact. They're owed it. All Blacks that were slaved, us in the Caribbean, we are owed that too from the British and the Europeans. So this has caused a rift between Rihanna and her fans, and I hope that she could have come out and apologize for what she did and take this post down if she hasn't already did it, and apologize for the disrespect to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Anyway, just wanted to bring that to all real quick. Hope you guys have a great day. Peace out.
So yeah, I just want to read the comments in the chat, but I just want to first say that if not that image that Rihanna posted, to be fair, I saw that going on. If not that exact image, something similar was going on, and no one ever said it was some Caribbeans who did it. You know, it seemed to have been something done within Black American society, but who, you know, who can be sure of that? So I just want to put that out there first. BB Rodriguez says, most definitely she did. What a disgrace. KW7 says, I'm not a fan of MLK. I don't agree with his political aims or objectives. Bobby Wright says, this story is nonsense just to keep up mess. KW7 says, the depiction was disrespectful, but a lot of things are disrespectful. BB Rodriguez says, gentlemen did a very good commentary. Talking about sounds like a Trinidadian guy giving that commentary. So this prompt, did Rihanna disrespect Black Americans by posting a picture of MLK? I want to leave probably D-Web for last on this one. Let's start with Kevin Kyrie. What says you to this?
All right. To be fair, Rihanna I think she has done something in the past, but it was towards the vampire in Buckingham Palace.
Okay, the queen.
All right. Well, the vampire. I don't call her no queen.
Right. But I'm just clarifying. Go ahead.
Yeah, where she had a photo of her, you know, her arm was out and it was all tattooed up, you know, and the British people kind of got pissed at her. But if you look back to every MLK birthday, there is always some kind of depiction of him. I remember a couple of years ago, there's a famous photo of him. You know, he's wearing a regular a regular shirt with a short sleeve shirt, and he's giving the peace sign, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a photo someone did for a flyer,
the middle finger
south, where they cut out the index finger and all you see is his middle finger.
Mm-hmm.
But no one got on that one. But to answer the question, yes, she did. But then again, it's Rihanna. What do you expect from Rihanna? She's an entertainer. She's not for the people. She's not for the movement.
Right.
It's what it is.
Razuli, you're back. What say you?
I don't think it was disrespectful. I think you only think it's disrespectful if you think that culture is trash. So Black people put a lot of gold in their mouth. Black Americans, Mr. T does it. It's part of the culture. It's part of our. When we're West African, they wear a lot of gold. So what? They put Martin Luther King with gold teeth. Like, you only look at it disrespectful if you think wearing gold cap in your mouth is a trash culture. I don't look at it like that. And maybe Rihanna didn't look at it like that. So I don't look at it as being Martin Luther King did way worse than that. He was sleeping with white women. If we want to be technical, he was sleeping around just like the niggas with the gold teeth. I don't understand.
Oh boy.
So I don't look at it as disrespectful. It's like if Rihanna had put gold teeth in Dessalines' mouth, do I look at it? I don't think Rihanna was looking at it as being disrespectful. Maybe she was trying to bring some of you like, you know, Martin Luther King is looking at like a god. Like, I think maybe she was trying to humanize him closer to the culture or whatever. So I don't look at it, because when people see Martin Luther King, he's so but put a gold teeth in his mouth. What is it? Unless people look at people who wear gold teeth as trash, and then you feel that that's sullying his image. How is that sullying his image? Yo, our ancestors used to wear gold like crazy. The earrings, and the mouth. This is us. Why is this a disrespect? I think what something that what's her name did to Malcolm X was worse. What's her name?
Nicki Minaj.
Nicki Minaj did something. I don't know exactly what she did, which was very much disrespectful. But this,
she had a looking ass nigga. You know that photo of him with a rifle and looking through his window?
That's disrespectful. That's disrespectful. So we've never seen doctors who got because they put a little gold front in Martin Luther King. That's disrespectful. Nah, these ADOS people are looking for something to divide the culture to do this. I don't look at this as disrespectful, because I don't look at wearing gold fronts as disrespectful. When my man from the Wu-Tang Clan came out with the gold fangs, I was like, yo, I gotta get one. So I don't look at it as trash. So I'm coming from a different. Again, they're gonna say I'm not ADOS, I'm Haitian or whatever. But I don't look at what Rihanna look as a disrespect. I think what what's her name did, what Nicki Minaj did was worse, and what what's his name did, what's the rapper with the that looked like a crackhead? What's his name?
Little Wendy.
Little Wendy, when he said, "Oh, I beat it up like Emmett Till," like that's disrespectful.
Yeah.
But go ahead, I'm done. Go ahead, sorry.
BB Rodriguez says, "Huh? This was disrespectful. How do we know these fallacious rumors are true?" Janelle Benjamin is here. Been a lurker all this time. She says, "I see it as an artistic statement as well." Trigger Happy 262 says, "Yeah, I somewhat agree with Azuli on this. We as Africans always did the accessories thing. Some may disagree with that. What I don't agree with is that MLK slept with a white woman. That's FBI shit." Mr. Untouchable.
Me personally, I don't like it. I don't like that image. Me personally. But I understand what Azuli is saying. You know, her audience may be people who think like Azuli. They don't see that as offensive. Her audience may be to having the mentality that's a beautiful thing. Somebody with gold fronts and an earring in their ear. You know, I can't determine what art and beauty is. For one person, somebody may say something. For another person, may say something else. But for one Black American audience, they may feel one way. For other Black Americans, they may not necessarily take it as an offense. For me, I wouldn't mess with people's heroes. For me, I wouldn't mess and try to put any painting or manipulations or nobody's heroes. I wouldn't do that. I would just leave it alone on a personal level. But for me, it's just and another side of that is exposing the beauty of America. The beauty of America is you could do something like that, just like how they did to Obama, and you won't be called into no courtroom or executed. You know, some countries don't have the freedoms to express an opinion like that in it through artwork. But the fact that you live in America, American society, and he was one of the people who push for certain civil liberties where everyone could enjoy the fundamental freedoms that they enjoy to do things like that. So I would just leave it there. But I wouldn't want to disparage or do me on a personal level, but I can't speak for no one else, you know. But that's where I am with it.
Mr. D-Web. I'll give you the last word on this one.
I mean, you've seen worse things on the Boondocks episode, right? Mm-hmm. To me, I think certain people have used these type of things to portray a certain divide, right? So you know what I'm saying? Like what Rihanna displayed or what she showed is just like cannon fodder. It's like firewood to somebody who's trying to push this divide of the diaspora versus versus Black Americans, right? So that's all I see it as somebody who was trying to push that divide and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like they saw this opportunity. I believe that if it was somebody who was considered ADOS or whatever that posted that same image, it wouldn't even be any kind of it wouldn't even kind of controversy behind it. But because it's Rihanna who's from Barbados, now it's a divide. Right now it's some controversial. Now we have to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? G Herbo.
D-Web dropped up.
Oh, that's too bad.
No, he's back. Yeah.
If it was like a G Herbo or someone posted, then it would be fine. But because it's Rihanna, I think it serves plenty of people's agenda. That's why I think we need to be careful, man. I think we need to be very careful and very cognizant of these issues we face. I think Kare and also Mr. Untouchable hit it earlier when they say like everybody who isn't necessarily in this Pan-African type of environment necessarily is your enemy or whatever, but at the same time you also need to recognize people who are your people and are not your people who share your ideology, who don't share ideology, right?
Yes, sir.
So we got to kick that is Rihanna is one of these people who share your ideology or not. If she's specifically Barbados and fuck the African American or not, you know what I'm saying? So we need to be more nuanced. We need to look at things from a more wider perspective than as, oh, that's disrespectful. You posted this. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're dealing with Rihanna. She smokes blunts on half of her, you know what I'm saying? She's smoking weed on half of her posts that she posts, right? You know what I'm saying? She's chilling with white folks on half
Just
of posts.
busting it open for white boys.
Yeah, like what are you talking about? Like if she's
Hold on, D-Web. He back. D-Web. All right, D-Web.
Yeah, you can hear me, bro?
Yeah.
I don't know what this cable goes out, but yeah, you gotta look at a Rihanna like if she's a staunch Pan-African person or if she's just an entertainer who's trying to get off, and she's not like what I would consider a leader within this realm, right? So it's like, why are we sitting here, talking about this controversy in terms of what the picture she posts on Twitter, which only 7% of the population is on Twitter, right? 7% of the entire global community is on Twitter, and you're dealing with people who follow Rihanna, who's an even smaller percentage of that percentage. So it's like, why is this such a major type of deal in the Black community? It's not, right? I think it's just used as a type of deal to divide us even further. You know what I'm saying? So the Boondocks had the Boondocks had an old episode where they're talking about MLK, if he had came in the modern times and what he would say and whatnot. Nobody said nothing about that, right?
People laughed.
That's true.
Mr. Magruder put that episode out. Nobody said anything about that.
That was a great episode, man.
I enjoyed it.
Very good episode, bro. I was in. Let me put the story out there, yo. I was in tech school, bro. I was in the white man's military, and I stayed up. I snuck out of my bunk to watch the episode. You feel me? And it's like, yo, we had nothing to say about that, right? And that was very conjecture. Honestly, it was very controversial in terms of how you put it. However, Rihanna putting a picture on MLK Day about Mr. MLK himself is so-called a very controversial type of issue. Come on, man. What are we dealing with? This is a situation where people are trying to divide people farther than where they are. And Rihanna then divested several times in the future, as far as I'm concerned, right? So why are we seeing talk about one post what she put on Facebook instead of the whole, diaspora as a whole or ideology as a whole? To me, this is a distraction. Like, it's like nothing more than a distraction to me. We shouldn't be following these celebrities to this point where we are sitting here and criticizing their posts. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, if it was anybody else but Rihanna, who happens to be from Barbados, who posted that, if it was G Herbo, if it was anybody of these black rappers in America that posted that, I guarantee it wouldn't be none controversial behind that.
I hear you, man. I kind of agree with you. In fact, I agree with you 100%, actually.
I think I agree with you. I think the ADOS people, like what's his name, Tyreek Nasheed, they're gonna use that to the fullest. Again, it's like, what people are you saying? What Rihanna did is disrespectful because you feel that your culture is trash? Because like I said, it's just, like D-Web just said, bro, it's just Rihanna. Like, why are we giving this light? Like, but the ADOS people are gonna, because a lot of them, people put the battery in their back to create this separation to go about and doing that. So, like, I don't get it. So, I mean, to me, that's not a big deal. I don't think, if I was Rihanna, I wouldn't apologize for shit. So, but again, like, people want to act like, this is another thing. ADOS want to act like Martin Luther King was only for them. Like, It's just like when Dessalines spoke, I did this for everybody. You don't own Martin Luther King because he was African American. Like, I don't get this, but I'm just
yeah, on the screen is that Rihanna post of Elizabeth in that t-shirt. Kare, you about to say something?
I'm just saying, I'm just tired, just like D-Web is, man, of this diaspora. I'm tired of these morons on both ends. We're just caught in the middle.
Yeah.
I'm tired of the. That's one of the reasons I'm pissed right now, man. I'm tired of this.
It won't last forever, Kevin. Don't worry, bro. It ain't gonna last forever. It been going on for a while, but it ain't gonna be forever.
I just want to see. No. Let me just shut my mouth and.
Well, that's the.
Hold on, let me say something. If Rihanna took somebody from Barbados, like a forefather,
right,
and put the front in front of them, people in Barbados would be mad, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But this is it. Why would they be mad? Because they were taught to hate people who put gold in their mouth or gold in their ear as insignificant. So I was watching this thing where they were interviewing Mr. T back in the 80s. The white lady was trying to make fun of him, talk about, oh, why are you wearing all these gold? She thought Martin Luther King, Mr. T was just doing it for fashion. Mr. T said, I'm from the Akon people. Our ancestors wore gold as a form of royalty. I do it to represent them.
Yeah. She shut down the whole conversation, eh?
Shut down the whole conversation. So if people in Barbados would get mad at Rihanna for doing that, it's because they're ignorant. So if Mr. T people thought Mr. T said it. I'm from the descendant of the Akon Ashanti people. They wore gold as a form of royalty. I do it because I'm royal. I'm just paraphrasing. So if she put the gold teeth in front of Martin Luther King's, let's stop this, man. This is nothing.
All right, and that's how we're going to end it. I want to thank everyone on the panel, Mr. Untouchable.
Yes. D-Web. I enjoyed the conversation tonight, guys. Enjoyed it very much.
Yes, sir. D-Web, Kevin Kare. I appreciate you guys hopping on the panel tonight. The topics were awesome. There were some topics I didn't get to this week. They'll be the first topics I'll do next week on Shoot the Breeze. You guys make sure join the Discord if you haven't already. Post your topics, man. These are good topics that you guys posted tonight. I really enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah, check out the thing I just sent you there. I think you got on the screen. There's more photos if you scroll up. Of what you have right there. I'm sorry, this is freaking hilarious.
I want to say real quick too, man. I got an invite to come on popular YouTubers podcast or whatever. I'm still working out detail. I literally got this like 3 hours ago, so I'm still working out the details or whatever. But it should be something to look into. I'm gonna definitely post the details once I get into that. And it's kind of dope being recognized. I went on a kind of a tirade on terms of Yankee Tango. I'm not gonna speak what they name. I don't want to get your stream shut down or whatever. But people have kind of recognized that, and I'm getting invited on certain platforms and whatnot. So salute to all the people who inviting us onto these different platforms. And definitely gonna put on for my people at KWAZ because y'all put me on, man, and y'all definitely help me out or whatever. And man, I appreciate that greatly, man. Like Goku, bro, you being one of the inspirations in terms of me just getting my voice out there to the people. So man, I appreciate you, brother, and whatever I can do, I'm definitely gonna help. But I will be reaching out in terms of details of the different platforms I'm gonna be on. And I appreciate all y'all on the panel as well, man. Like, it's a great discussion tonight. And I look forward to future discussions as we go on.
Right,
Can I say something before you guys leave about that last post prompt? There's a black artist. He does big portraits. He had huge portraits in the Brooklyn Museum where what's his name?
I think it's Akinyele Wiley.
Yeah, people revere that guy. That guy took black men and did portrait of them and Napoleon's pose. I think that's more disrespectful. I don't know if anybody know about that guy. So he would take a regular black man and put them. I don't know if you've seen Napoleon's portraits and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. He'll superimpose the black guy as Napoleon or as Andrew Jackson or as so I think that's more detrimental than what Rihanna did. If anybody knows that artist. So he would take I don't know what's a famous portrait, like I'm just using Napoleon because he had that exhibition at the Brooklyn Museum of Art. So I think that is way worse than what Rihanna did. Mm-hmm. So if you guys get a chance, say his name again, Kari. Whoever said his name. So if you review that, I think that's way worse than what Rihanna did to the black culture in general than that. So that's all I have to say. But great conversations.
Mr. Untouchable, I want to thank you for being here as well. Kevin Kare, thank you. We'll be back again for Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next week. I'll be back personally on Tuesday, doing another reading. And then on Thursday, I'll be on the KWAZ YouTube channel doing an episode over there. I hope you guys have been tuning in to the Thursday Thoughts Show over on KWAZ Radio.
Cool. One question. Did you get the email
files? Yeah, I got them. I haven't opened the raw files yet, but I will.
You know how to do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Urzuli, I put the link in the private chat for you. It's there.
All right, so guys, thanks again. Those of you in the chat who was here with us all night, even after the interruption, thank you guys as well. I'll see you guys next week. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.